Chapter 1260, Elixir Located. Chapter 1260, Elixir Located. However, before long, many cultivators realized that it was only because of the dim lights that caused the shadows of the four Buddhist Vajras to stretch and form the effect. The initially restless crowd gradually calmed down. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had been silent with a grim expression. After that shock, many cultivators even forgot that the four entrances to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had been completely sealed. The group of them, be it Dharma characteristic Tao Lords or conjoint body mighty figures, were trapped in the ancient temple. Right then, a cultivator realized this and observed the entrances of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, shouting, "Everyone, take a look. The entrances are completely sealed. What are you afraid of?" Another person did not mind at all. "There are so many Tao Lords and mighty figures among us. At most, we'll join forces to break through this stone door. Could this ancient temple still trap us here?" Boom! On the other side, a loud bang sounded. It was an attack from a conjoint body mighty figure that was attempting to break through the gate. Bang! 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 The conjoint body mighty figure attacked the stone door consecutively and released a powerful and ferocious power. However, the stone door did not budge at all. Against the stone door, the power of the conjoint body mighty figure was like a rock that was cast into the sea, vanishing without a trace. "There's no way out of this ancient temple." The conjoint body mighty figure had a terrible expression. "Even if all the conjoint body mighty figures here join forces, we won't be able to shatter this stone door." Suddenly, another situation occurred. Bang! Boom! Boom! A series of violent explosions sounded from the depths of the ancient temple. Many cultivators felt that they could not steady themselves and leaped into the air hurriedly. Even so, the void where the cultivators could see was still distorted. Even if they released their spirit consciousnesses, they would not be able to see far beyond the shattered distortion. Immediately after, all the cultivators felt as though they were drawn in by a strange power. The world spun as they passed through the voids and arrived in another space. Su Zimo had the same experience and feelings. It was an indescribable feeling that was both familiar and strange. He could not resist the attraction. In a daze, many cultivators focused their gazes and were shocked to discover that they had already left the main hall of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and arrived in another secret chamber. The secret chamber was completely sealed without any gaps and tough walls were everywhere. Of course, although it was a secret chamber, its size was unimaginable and resembled a gigantic palace. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. Initially, there were more than 5,000 of them in the main hall of the ancient temple. At that moment, there were only slightly more than 500 people in this secret chamber with him. It was as though the group of cultivators had been forcefully separated. It must be the same for the other cultivators apart from the 500-odd people in this secret chamber. They must have been separated into their own individual secret chambers. How could this be? Could we have triggered some trap or formation? Su Zimo frowned in thought. Normally speaking, the most likely reason for such a phenomenon to happen in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was because of a trap formation. However, he surveyed his surroundings for a long time and could not find any signs of any formation patterns or traps. A connate Dharmic weapon. Right then, a cultivator picked up an ancient mirror on a table in the secret chamber and examined it carefully before exclaiming. Although the ancient mirror looked unassuming, after wiping away the dust on it, one could clearly see that there were 6 Dharmic patterns etched on the surface of the ancient mirror. That voice attracted the attention of many cultivators. Initially, the 500-odd cultivators trapped in the secret chamber were still worried about how they were going to get out. However, at that moment, many cultivators dispersed and searched the secret chamber, wanting to discover more treasures. Perfect Bone Corrosion Sword. A sword sect cultivator picked up a secret manual and was delighted when he opened it. The reason why he came this time round was because he wanted to find an ancient sword art. This perfect bone corrosion sword was lost in the ancient era and was extremely powerful. To think that it would be found in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Before long, cultivators found what they wanted. The number of treasures in this secret chamber was unimaginable. Su Zimo could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. He sniffed gently and headed in a direction. His 5 senses were sharp, and if there were any elixirs, he could smell them right away. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived beside an elixir furnace. There were many spirit medicine shelves beside the cauldron with rows of spirit herbs that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Some cultivators who had arrived earlier were grabbing wildly. In fact, some of the cultivators were already fighting. Su Zimo did not move and merely lingered around the elixir furnace. Thereafter, his gaze gradually froze. Squatting down, he peeled away the ashes beneath the elixir furnace and revealed half a jade bottle. Su Zimo took the jade bottle over and opened the bottle stopper as his eyes lit up with a glint. There were 2 9 Revolution Soul Return elixirs within. The 9 Revolution Soul Return elixirs were not placed on the shelves but buried in the ashes. With the 9 Revolution Soul Return elixirs, his purpose for this trip was halved. What Su Zimo had to do next was to search for the Buddha beads and return alive. All of a sudden, his expression changed, as though he sensed something. Without even turning back, he swung his arm and flung it behind him. At the same time, a figure appeared behind him and stabbed towards him with a sword. Piak! Su Zimo's palm collided with the sword and did a coil, tremble and yank. He snatched the sword over. Without even looking at it, Su Zimo threw the sword in reverse. Poof! A flash of blood appeared. The sword pierced the cultivator's chest. However, that person's body shifted slightly and avoided fatal damage. Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and slashed gently at the person. He seized the sword and counterattacked, releasing sword chi. The series of counterattacks were fluid as water without any pauses at all. Chi. No matter how the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord struggled, he could not dodge the heaven-slaying sword chi. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was sliced into 2 by his own flying sword and his essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. Without even looking, Su Zimo already knew that this was a Dharma characteristic of the Fiend sect's Hidden Death sect. Apart from Hidden Death sect, no other sect would be able to sneak behind him stealthily and at such a close distance. He had just obtained the 9 Revolution Soul Return elixirs and did not expect to attract killing intent so quickly. Desolate Marshal, hand over the 9 Revolution Soul Return elixirs. A conjoined body mighty figure strode toward Su Zimo with a burning gaze and immense might. How dare you covet something of mine? You must have a death wish. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. This conjoined body mighty figure had no sect or faction. Unless he had any powerful trump cards, it would be extremely easy for Su Zimo to kill him without even using his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. When this conjoined body mighty figure saw Su Zimo being chased by Lei Lai outside the ancient temple, he thought that Desolate Marshal was nothing much and thus wanted to fight for the 9 Revolution Soul Return elixirs. However, what he did not know was that that was outside the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Everything was unknown. The 9 Revolution Soul Return elixirs and Buddha bead had not appeared yet. There was naturally no way Su Zimo was going to fight Lei Lai. But now, even if he was up against Lei Lai, he would not retreat. Chapter 1261, Rivers of Blood. Chapter 1261, Rivers of Blood. Boom! Without a second word, the conjoined body mighty figure arrived before Su Zimo and threw out a punch, releasing a terrifying heaven and earth power. The air in the secret chamber turned scorching and suffocating. At the conjoined body realm, one would fuse their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics into their bodies. With every single move, he could release the might of heaven and earth. Humans could only truly break free from the foundation of their weak bodies at the conjoined body realm and could fight against many ferocious beasts in melee combat. If a severed arm could be regrown, one could imagine how immense the life force possessed by a conjoined body mighty figure was. The entire void trembled with that punch. Great Sanskrit light fist. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he did not dodge or avoid. Channeling his essence spirit, he conjured hand seals and struck the incoming conjoined body mighty figure. That single punch was like a blazing sun that shone with endless light, illuminating the entire secret chamber like daylight. The light possessed a divine and flawless power that seemed like it could cleanse everything. Boom! The fists collided with a deafening bang. The cultivators were shocked and they saw that. They had witnessed Su Zimo attack outside the Grand Primordium ancient temple before. It was decisive, sharp and powerful. However, none of them expected that the power that Su Zimo displayed right now was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He could fight against conjoined body mighty figures without using his heaven and earth dharma characteristic. Even conjoined body mighty figures had differences in strength. If he was up against mighty figures of super sects such as Elder Lei Lai, Su Zimo could only fight them by summoning his heaven and earth dharma characteristic. However, the conjoined body mighty figure before him was far from that. You. The conjoined body mighty figure was stunned by Su Zimo's punch. He had not expected that the power of his punch would not be able to repel a dharma characteristic Tao Lord, let alone kill him. Slapping his storage bag with his left hand, Su Zimo conjured a sword art with his right hand and slashed gently at the mighty figure. Chi! The heaven-slaying sword Chi burst forth. The heaven-slaying sword Chi was way too terrifying and its killing power could even cause the stars in the skies to turn chaotic and alter their trajectories. If it was any ordinary Dharmic art, a conjoined body mighty figure could shatter it with his bare hands. He could break all Dharmic arts with brute force. However, in the face of the heaven-slaying sword Chi, the mighty figure felt his scalp tingle and his hairs stood on end. He could not take it head-on with his body. Go! Without hesitation, the mighty figure made a prompt decision and summoned his destiny flying sword right away. He wanted to use his destiny flying sword to defend against the heaven-slaying sword Chi. However, Su Zimo had predicted it and was faster than him. He had already thrown the Mystic Magnet Mountain out of his storage bag with his left hand. The Mystic Magnet Mountain that was a few thousand feet tall descended with a large shadow. It had a terrifying aura and arrived almost at the same time as the heaven-slaying sword Chi. The moment the destiny flying sword of this mighty figure was summoned, its trajectory was drawn away by the powerful magnetic force released by the Mystic Magnet Mountain. The conjoined body mighty figure's expression changed starkly. His destiny flying sword was sucked over by the Mystic Magnet Mountain. At the same time, the heaven-slaying sword Chi slashed down. It was too late for the mighty figure to change tactics or conjure a Dharmic art. He had completely lost the initiative. In that moment of life and death, the mighty figure struggled to turn his body and raise his arms to defend against the heaven-slaying sword Chi. Blood gushed out. Almost without any resistance, the arm of the mighty figure was severed by the heaven-slaying sword Chi and fell with fresh blood flowing. This mighty figure was a ruthless character as well. Even after losing an arm, he did not make a sound. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Su Zimo fiercely and retreated, wanting to distance himself from the latter. However, before he could take 2 steps, he grunted and blood drained from his face as his body swayed. Under normal circumstances, a conjoined body mighty figure could regrow their severed arm in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the mighty figure discovered to his shock that blood did not even stop flowing from his broken arm, let alone grow a new one. Furthermore, the remnant sword Chi around the wound was still tearing his wounds apart and destroying his life force. That was the terror of the heaven-slaying sword Chi. The 3 ancient sword arts destroyed life and one could not even regrow their limbs. Ah! Finally, the mighty figure could not help but let out a tragic cry. His blood chi was severely depleted and he staggered, almost falling. Right then, his vision darkened as though a huge shadow had enveloped him. Boom! The mystic magnet mountain descended and suppressed the mighty figure beneath it. The blood chi of this mighty figure was almost destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword chi and could not withstand the pressure of the mystic magnet mountain at all. A mighty figure that was almost at the peak of the cultivation world was crushed into a meat sludge without a corpse or spirit before he could even say anything. The cultivators were moved. It was too tragic. To cultivate to the conjoint body realm and become a mighty figure, one had to experience countless dangers, opportunities, and encounters. Unfortunately, the tragic outcome of dying in a single battle was truly sorrowful. The path of cultivation was one that defied the heavens and was filled with danger, that was no exaggeration. After this battle, no one else in the secret chamber dared to challenge Su Zimo. Although there were still a few other conjoint body mighty figures, none of them dared to act rashly. An angry argument sounded from the other side of the secret chamber. Great Essence Creation Elixir. Hand it over. I'll definitely get my hands on that elixir. Let's see who dares to fight with me. Immediately, another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord from a super sect stood out. The Great Essence Creation Elixir was also an ancient elixir. It was said that a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord could achieve a minor realm breakthrough just by consuming it. That was definitely a creation that stole from heaven and earth. Although he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name of the Great Essence Creation Elixir. Bang! 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 In order to fight for the Great Essence Creation Elixir, the 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had already begun fighting. Many Dharmic arts collided and a series of sounds could be heard. Right then, the few conjoint body mighty figures in the secret chamber faced off because of an ancient cultivation technique. The reason why I'm here is for this torn section. This is an incomplete copy of my Purple Sun sect that has been lost for many years. Fellow Taoists, please give me some face. My sect will definitely reward you immensely after we leave this place. Purple Sun sect was one of the upper sects of the Middle Continent. A mighty figure of Purple Sun sect cupped his fists with a hint of pleading in his tone. Ha! A mighty figure sneered, it's easy for you to say that. The treasures in this ancient temple have no owner and you claim that it belongs to Purple Sun sect? That's right. Another mighty figure nodded. If you want a treasure, you've got to fight for it. None of the cultivators who had arrived at the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple wanted to return empty-handed. The mighty figures did not say much before they began fighting as well. Within the secret chamber, cultivators discovered treasures one after another and battles broke out continuously. It was a mess. Su Zimo was the only one who could truly stay out of things. Those cultivators were still rational and none of them dared to provoke him recklessly. As time passed by, more and more cultivators died in that secret chamber with corpses strewn everywhere and grisly blood staining the ground. Chapter 1262, Against Mighty Figures. Chapter 1262, Against Mighty Figures. Time flowed on. The massacre in the secret chamber did not show any signs of stopping. Alongside the birth of many treasures, more and more cultivators went into a frenzy and even lost their minds, their eyes were completely bloodshot. Initially, there were more than 500 cultivators in this secret chamber. After half an hour, there was only half left. As time passed by, the number of cultivators in the secret chamber decreased rapidly. Even Su Zimo had an urge to kill all the cultivators in the secret chamber and collect all the treasures when he smelled the blood stench. However, he could still retain a trace of rationality. The current situation was unusual. Or rather, the entire process had been extremely strange ever since they entered the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Su Zimo had a nagging feeling that he had neglected something, and his essence spirit in his consciousness began to chant Buddhist sutras to try its best to maintain its clarity. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded from one of the walls of the secret chamber as cracks appeared and spread continuously. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall collapsed and dust billowed. On the other side of the wall, a group of cultivators were fighting for treasures as well. Upon hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, the cultivators on both sides paused for a moment and looked opposite. Desolate Marshal. Right then, a furious roar sounded from the other side of the wall. Enemies truly often crossed one another's paths. Who would have thought that the walls of the secret chamber would suddenly shatter, and on the other side was Elder Lei Lai of Chaos Essence sect. Elder Lei Lai's clothes were stained with quite a bit of blood as well. Clearly, he had just gone through a huge battle and was filled with killing intent as he strode over. On Elder Lei Lai's left, another conjoint body mighty figure flew through the air. He was like an unsheathed sword and glared at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. A mighty figure of Sword Sect. On Elder Lei Lai's right, a mighty figure rode on lightning and tore through the air with an electric gaze and a murderous aura. A mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace. 3 mighty figures of super sects were here. Conjoint body mighty figures of super sects had terrifying combat strength that far surpassed ordinary mighty figures. Right now, Su Zimo was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Apart from a minor realm, there was another major realm between him and these conjoint body mighty figures. He could suppress ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. However, he did not know if he could win against the mighty figures of the super sects. Desolate Marshal, let's see where else you can escape to this time round. Elder Lei Lai sneered. Escape? Su Zimo sneered as well. You think you can kill me with just the 3 of you? If he was at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm, he would not have the confidence to fight against 3 conjoint body mighty figures of super sects head-on. But now, he was at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm and his combat strength had increased exponentially. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already grown to a height of 87 feet. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai hollered and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. He reached out with his palm and crushed down on Su Zimo like a gigantic millstone. That was Chaos Essence sect's strongest secret skill. Back then, Fiend could sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm with his great Chaos Essence palm. Elder Lei Lai's great Chaos Essence palm was clearly much stronger than Fiend's. The power of the universe was truly condensed in his palm. When the palm landed, Su Zimo felt that he was not fighting against humans, but against the entire world and could be destroyed at any moment. Startling sword. The mighty figure of Sword Sect slashed with his sword. A bedazzling sword beam descended like a bolt of lightning that could not be avoided. Although Sword Sect had many sword inheritances, the strongest were the Lifeless Sword Dao and Startling Sword Dao. Without using any secret skills or Dharmic arts, the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace released his blood chi right away. Wielding a gigantic hammer that shone with electric arcs, he smashed down toward Su Zimo's head. 3 mighty figures attacked at the same time. A terrifying power surged like a tsunami, suffocating. Too strong. Those 3 mighty figures were more than a single level stronger than the conjoint body mighty figures who had just died in Su Zimo's hands. Under that pressure, Su Zimo roared into the skies and 3 figures appeared within his body instantly, climbing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were 80 feet tall. There was no pause after 80 feet and they grew to a height of 87 feet before long. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. The crowd was shocked. Even some of the cultivators who were initially fighting stopped temporarily and looked over with dumbfounded expressions. Impossible. Desolate Marshal doesn't just have 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, he has 3. It's way too terrifying for a mid-stage Dharma characteristic to condense 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that are 87 feet tall. Who is a match for Desolate Martial at the same cultivation realm? Normally speaking, anyone that could cultivate a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 87 feet tall could be considered as a heaven-defying monster incarnate. The way Su Zimo released 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics right away was beyond the knowledge of many cultivators. Even Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 were shocked. The Thunder Dharmic body wielded a whip and whipped the incoming Elder of Zephyr Thunder Palace. The whip shone with the power of thunder and crackled in midair. Carrying a destructive aura, it moved unusually and coiled towards the arm of the Zephyr Thunder Palace Elder. The Elder of Zephyr Thunder Palace wielded his gigantic hammer. Among Dharmic weapons, axes and hammers were the most ferocious. However, the whip of the Thunder Dharmic body was extremely flexible and could counter the gigantic hammer of the Zephyr Thunder Palace Elder. Piak! The whip did not clash head-on with the gigantic hammer at all. Instead, it coiled a few times around Elder Zephyr Thunder's arm like a spirit snake and burst forth with immense power of thunder. Ugh! The mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace grunted dully and felt a sharp pain in his arm as though it was pricked by needles. A look of shock flashed through his eyes. This was the impact he had now that he was at the conjoint body realm. He truly could not imagine what would happen to the arm of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord if it was wrapped by that whip. That entire arm would most likely be destroyed right away. On the other side, against Elder Lei Lai's great Chaos Essence palm, the Rulai Dharmic body lowered its head with a dignified expression. It chanted mysterious sutras and extended its palm as well. The palm of the Rulai Dharmic body shone with a blinding golden light as though it was covered by a layer of gold foil and collided against the great Chaos Essence palm. The 2 palms collided. The Rulai Dharmic body trembled slightly but did not move at all. Su Zimo was as steady as a rock as well as he conjured the foundation seal secretly to negate the impact and remnant power of the great Chaos Essence palm. As for the heavenly fiend Dharma body, it was up against the mighty figure of Sword Sect. The startling sword was indeed extremely startling. However, the sword beam sank into the rumbling pitch-black fiend chi and slowed down. It was no longer startling and was shattered by the heavenly fiend scythe. The first attack of the conjoint body mighty figures of 3 super sects was negated by Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. At that moment, Su Zimo was standing in the middle. 3 87 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics protected him like ancient titans. They waved their arms and fought against 3 mighty figures. Right then, it seemed as though Su Zimo possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 1263, Might of the Tao Fire. Chapter 1263, Might of the Tao Fire. Firmament. Imperial Sky Divine Sword. Zephyr Thunder Strike. The 3 conjoint body mighty figures of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace attacked at the same time and released the top Dharmic arts of their sects. The Dharmic powers of conjoint body mighty figures were absolutely boundless. Even the most ordinary Dharmic arts released by conjoint body mighty figures would release terrifying lethality, let alone top-grade Dharmic arts like this. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he had a fearless expression. Controlling the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics with his spirit consciousness, he waved his 6 arms and fought against the 3 mighty figures. Bang! 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 A deafening sound could be heard with each collision. Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 were from super sects and cultivated top-tier cultivation techniques and secret skills. Every single move they made could shatter mountains and sever rivers. This was the true power of the conjoint body realm. Their bodies seemed to have fused with the world and were unshakable. Even though Su Zimo's heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were like ancient titans, they could only barely match the 3 mighty figures. With each clash, the three heaven and earth Dharma characteristics shuddered. I'm still inferior compared to these conjoint body mighty figures of super sects. Su Zimo thought to himself. If his heaven and earth Dharma characteristics could grow to a height of 89 feet or 90 feet, he would be able to suppress these conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo did not know that although Elder Lei Lai and the other two had the upper hand at the moment, the shock in their hearts had already reached an extreme. The three of them were mighty figures from super sects. Given their combat strength, it was nothing difficult for them to suppress 100 mighty figures of the same cultivation realm single-handedly. But now, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord could fight against three of them single-handedly. Furthermore, although they had the upper hand, it was difficult for them to shatter the three heaven and earth Dharma characteristics no matter how they channeled their Dharmic arts or released their trump cards. The three heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were more corporeal than any other heaven and earth Dharma characteristic they had seen before. It's truly hard to imagine how Desolate Marshal managed to cultivate to this point. That thought flashed through Elder Lei Lai's mind. Prior to this, they had also heard some news regarding Su Zimo, the number one of the phenomenon ranking, the Tao inheritance ground where he killed many titular disciples and the establishment of the Tao by Desolate Marshal. However, in the depths of their hearts, they did not truly view Su Zimo as a great enemy. They were conjoint body mighty figures. Even if Su Zimo had entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he was a major cultivation realm away from them. This was an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Elder Lei Lai and the other two truly realized how terrifying Su Zimo was. Although Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could already fight against experts like them. Once Desolate Marshal entered the conjoint body realm, wouldn't Tianhuang mainland be overwhelmed? Elder Lei Lai finally understood something. The sect's half-martial ancestor Di Fan disregarded his status and attempted to kill Tao Lord Desolate Marshal who was still at the Void Reversion realm. It was not only because his clansman, Di Yin, was killed. Another important reason was that Di Fan could sense Desolate Marshal's terrifying potential. Kill. He had to seize this opportunity to kill Desolate Marshal here. Kill. Almost at the same time, three conjoint body mighty figures channeled their blood chi and Dharmic powers to their limits to suppress Su Zimo. As long as they could break through the defense of the three heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, they could close in and kill Desolate Marshal completely with their bodies and bloodlines as conjoint body mighty figures. Although the Green Lotus true body was tough, it could not defend against the body of a mighty figure. Avicii. Sandstorm. Purple Thunderstorm. Under the protection of three Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, Su Zimo changed hand seals repeatedly and released more than 30 Dharmic arts in one go. Instantly, the Dharmic powers in the hall surged. Bang! 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 Elder Lei Lai and the other two were shocked. They had not expected Su Zimo's counterattack to be so ferocious. They could not even steady themselves against the impact of more than 30 Dharmic arts, let alone close in. They could not help but retreat continuously. So many Dharmic arts. Some cultivators were secretly shocked when they saw that. Any one of those Dharmic arts was enough for countless Tao Lords to fight for it. To think that Su Zimo would release more than 30 in one go. What sort of strength was that? Three conjoint body mighty figures were forced back by Su Zimo. However, that was not the end of his counterattack. Swoosh! Suddenly, three balls of flames appeared beside Su Zimo. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. The three balls of flames appeared and the temperature in the hall rose. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and the three balls of flames converged rapidly. The Samadhi Tao fire descended. Many cultivators retreated. Some cultivators were initially fighting on the other side. The moment their Dharmic arts were formed, they were burned by the heat released by the Samadhi Tao fire. Go! Su Zimo hollered and directed the Samadhi Dao fire towards Elder Lei Lai. How dare you embarrass yourself with such a puny flame? Elder Lei Lai sneered and reached out, wanting to crush the ball of flames. I'll take your life with that puny flame. Before his sentence was finished, an essence spirit flame burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and entered the Samadhi Dao fire instantly. The power of the Dao fire exploded. The Kacharati Dao fire. The increase in power was not 10% or 20%, but twice. The Samadhi Dao fire was truly of no threat to Elder Lei Lai and the others. They could extinguish the Samadhi Dao fire with a casual punch. However, the might of the Kacharati Dao fire was something that even the body of a conjoint body mighty figure could not withstand. This is bad. We've been tricked. Elder Lei Lai's expression changed. Su Zimo's fourth essence spirit fire was only released when Elder Lei Lai was about to grab the Samadhi Dao fire in his hands. At that moment it was already too late for Elder Lei Lai to stop. Swoosh! The ball of flames exploded in Elder Lei Lai's palm instantly, releasing a terrifying, fiery power. The flesh on Elder Lei Lai's palm sizzled from the heat and white bones were even revealed. It was a shocking sight. Ah! Elder Lei Lai's face was pale as he let out a tragic cry. The Kacharati Dao fire burned at an extremely fast speed and extended down his palm towards his entire arm. His sleeves turned into ashes instantly. His entire arm was shrouded by the Kacharati Dao fire. Swoosh! Elder Lei Lai channeled his blood chi fanatically, wanting to suppress the Kacharati Dao fire on his arm. However, his bloodline had yet to reach the tsunami blood realm. When it collided with the Kacharati Dao fire, it sizzled and was in a stalemate. This stalemate was an even greater torture for Elder Lei Lai. Half of his arm was still burned by the Kacharati Dao fire and the flesh on it had already been burned into ashes, leaving only white bones behind. The physique of a mighty figure was indeed terrifying. Even with the might of the Kacharati Dao fire, it could only incinerate Elder Lei Lai's flesh but it could not burn his bones to ashes. A vicious glint flashed through Elder Lei Lai's eyes. He flipped his hand and withdrew a cold saber, prepared to sever his arm to resolve the pain. Chapter 1264, Victory. Chapter 1264, Victory. A conjoint body mighty figure could regrow a severed arm as well. Although he would lose a lot of blood chi, it was much better than being burned by the Kacharati Dao fire and enduring the torture continuously. Watch out! Unexpectedly, two hurried yells sounded in his ears. It was a reminder from the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace not far away. Immediately after, a strong sense of danger surged into his heart. A white sword chi slashed down with endless killing intent, as though it wanted to slice the void into two. Boom! The Rulai Dharmic body strode forward and extended a gigantic golden palm that carried the might of the world, crushing down on Elder Lei Lai. Such guts! Elder Lei Lai was enraged. Desolate Marshal, you wish to kill me? After he was injured by the Kacharati Dao fire, most of his attention was on how he should destroy it. That gave Su Zimo the advantage to initiate. As for the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, they were blocked by the Heavenly Fiend Dharma body and Thunder Dharmic body and could not render assistance. The situation of the three of them surrounding Su Zimo had suddenly turned into a one-on-one fight between Elder Lei Lai and Su Zimo. This was a form of control over the situation. There were not many people who could compare to Su Zimo in this aspect. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai raised his intact left arm and released his sect's secret skill, colliding heavily against the golden palm above his head. At the same time, he raised his right arm that was burned by the Kacharati Dao fire and blocked in front of the heaven-slaying sword chi. The heaven-slaying sword chi severed Elder Lei Lai's right arm. The severed arm fell to the ground. Without the Dharmic powers of the conjoint body realm to defend, the Kacharati Dao fire intensified and burned the severed arm into ashes instantly. "Thank you, desolate marshal." Elder Lei Lai sneered. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had lived for more than 10,000 years and had been through countless battles with rich combat experience. Earlier on, his intention was to rely on the heaven-slaying sword Qi to sever his arm. Not only did he neutralize the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword Qi, he even managed to remove the Kacharati Dao fire that was burning on his arm. No one who could cultivate to the conjoint body realm was someone easy to deal with. "Thank me?" Su Zimo's voice sounded behind him in an extremely cold manner. "The gift I'm giving you is still on the way." Elder Lei Lai sensed that something was amiss the moment he expressed his thanks. He wanted to channel his blood Qi to regrow his arm. However, the wound on his arm still had countless sword Qi remaining and was tearing his wounds apart with blood flowing endlessly. Of course, with his Dharmic powers, he could purge the sword Qi from his broken arm after resting for a few days. However, at that moment, he was on the battlefield and Su Zimo had already arrived behind him silently. He did not have the chance at all. This change completely exceeded Elder Lei Lai's expectations and had a huge impact on him. "Fellow Taoists, help me." A flustered look flashed through Elder Lei Lai's eyes as he shouted, "Help me delay this lad for a moment." "Too late." Su Zimo sneered and suddenly opened his mouth, roaring. "Kill." Thunderclap Kill had descended. This sound domain's secret skill was instantaneous and difficult to defend against. Under normal circumstances, given Elder Lei Lai's physique and bloodline, Su Zimo's Thunderclap Kill would not affect him at all. But now that Elder Lei Lai's arm was severed and his blood Qi was draining without stopping, he was in a state of panic. That roar nearly tore his guts. Elder Lei Lai's body shuddered and he paused for a moment. Su Zimo seized the opportunity and a green beam of light flew out from his glabella. It was the Creation Lotus platform. Reaching out, Su Zimo gripped the Creation Lotus platform in his palm and smashed it towards Elder Lei Lai's head. Bang! That smash was solid. Even with the Green Lotus true body, it was difficult to break through Elder Lei Lai's body. However, the Creation Lotus platform was different. Even if the Creation Green Lotus was not in its complete form and was merely a lotus platform, its toughness was not something that a body of flesh and blood could defend against. That single attack split Elder Lei Lai's head open and flesh splattered everywhere. A huge chunk of Elder Lei Lai's head caved in and his skull was mostly shattered. Pust! The crowd gasped. It was too tragic. A revered conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect was beaten to such a state. Shoo! An essence spirit left the orifice and escaped into the distance with a flustered expression. It was Elder Lei Lai. However, his essence spirit did not manage to escape far before his vision darkened, as though 5 gigantic mountains were approaching him rapidly. This. Elder Lei Lai's pupils constricted violently and he did not know what happened. However, it was clear for the bystanders. Many cultivators had long noticed that the 80-odd feet tall Rulai Dharmic body had already stood guard before Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit left his body and opened its gigantic palm. Although Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit escaped, it could not escape from the Rulai Dharmic body. The 5 mountains he saw were merely the fingers of the Rulai Dharmic body. Boom! The Rulai Dharmic body closed its fingers and gripped its palm tightly. Instantly, Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit was crushed by the palm of the Rulai Dharmic body and perished on the spot. The entire hall froze momentarily. Dead. A conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect was killed by a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Even his essence spirit could not escape. Furthermore, this was a 1 versus 3 situation. Initially, the 3 mighty figures surrounded Su Zimo but could not take him down forcefully. Now that Elder Lei Lai was dead, there were only 2 mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace left. Su Zimo turned around with a cold gaze. With a single thought, the Rulai Dharmic body charged over and joined the battle as well. 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics fought against 2 mighty figures. This time round, the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace were already disadvantaged. From time to time, Su Zimo would release the heaven-slaying sword Qi at the side and it was impossible to defend against. As time passed by, the 2 mighty figures were pushed back in defeat in a wretched manner. Boom! Before long, the Rulai Dharmic body obtained an opportunity and punched the mighty figure of Sword Sect on the chest, causing his body to fly. The mighty figure of Sword Sect flew a few thousand feet away and smashed against the wall behind him, sliding down slowly. His tendons and bones felt like they were about to split and he had a pained expression. Of course, that single punch was not enough to threaten his life. The mighty figure of Sword Sect was defeated and the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace was the only one left. He could not defend against the ferocious attacks of the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. A flash of blood appeared. A bloodied wound appeared on the abdomen of the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace and his organs nearly slid out. Piak! Immediately after, the whip of the Thunder Dharmic body struck the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace and sent him flying as well into the wall. Both mighty figures were defeated. Su Zimo won against 3 opponents single-handedly. Boom! When the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace collided against the wall, it caused the wall to collapse and countless stone slabs fell with dust billowing. The mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace took advantage of the chaos to escape to the other side of the wall. Su Zimo sped forward. He stopped instinctively at the edge of the wall. On the other side of the wall was another group of cultivators that were trapped in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Right now, they were in a fierce battle with only slightly more than 100 people left. Dao Lord Purple Sword of Sword Sect and Monk Black Gold of Diamond Monastery were among them. Su Zimo frowned. Something was amiss. The strange feeling spiraling in his heart intensified. Chapter 1265, Formless Heaven and Earth. Chapter 1265, Formless Heaven and Earth. Every cultivator had expended a lot of energy in the consecutive battles. Su Zimo's situation was similar. After all, he was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. In order to suppress 3 mighty figures of super sex domineeringly, he expended immense Dharmic powers. His 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were already at the end of their flight and dim without light. The cultivators who survived till now in those secret chambers were all experts with countless trump cards and none of them were easy to deal with. Su Zimo was still pondering about the strange feeling he had when he entered the ancient temple. He stood on the spot motionlessly and did not continue to chase after the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace. Right then, something happened. Not far away from Su Zimo, an unassuming wooden fish in the dust suddenly exploded and 2 golden beams of light burst forth from it, speeding towards him. Sensing it long ago, Su Zimo swept his gaze and could not help but shudder. He could clearly see that the 2 golden beams were Buddha beads. More importantly, the materials, size and even aura of the 2 Buddha beads were identical to the Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist. There were 2 different Dharmic seals etched on the 2 Buddha beads as well. The final 2 Buddha beads of the Mingwang prayer beads that were lost. Even with Su Zimo's temperament, he was slightly emotional at the sudden sight of the 2 Buddha beads. After all, the Dharmic seals on the 2 Buddha beads were the strongest and most ferocious of the Daming Dharmic seals. Furthermore, if the 2 Buddha beads were connected to the 4 Buddha beads on his left wrist, the Mingwang prayer beads would be complete and whole. This Dharmic weapon that was once the foundation of Daming Monastery would unleash its true might. The Mingwang prayer beads had been passed down for a long time and only the titular disciple of Daming Monastery had a chance to wear them. Unfortunately, the Mingwang prayer beads were destroyed and lost in a massive battle tens of thousands of years ago and had never been assembled again. But now that Su Zimo had the chance to recover the Mingwang prayer beads, how could he not be tempted? Monk Yuan Bei was already in his twilight years. Daming Monastery had long vanished as well. If the Mingwang prayer beads could be restored, it would hold an extraordinary meaning for Monk Yuan Bei, Daming Monastery, and even Su Zimo himself. Without any hesitation, Su Zimo reached out and grabbed the 2 Buddha beads. Desolate Marshal, this belongs to the Buddhist monasteries. You can't taint it. Monk Black Gold hollered and charged forward with widened eyes. His body shone with a golden glow as though he was covered in a layer of gold foil that shone with divinity. Radiant and golden, he was unstoppable. Humph! Su Zimo sneered, this is indeed something from the Buddhist monasteries, but what has it got to do with Diamond Monastery? How dare you come and snatch the Mingwang prayer beads? The entire cultivation world knew that Su Zimo had inherited the legacy of Daming Monastery. In Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo was probably the only one qualified to wear the Mingwang prayer beads. I don't care who you are. I'm bent on getting my hands on the Mingwang prayer beads. Anyone that fights with me can't blame me for going on a massacre. The reason why Monk Black Gold came this time round was because of the Mingwang prayer beads. He was fearless even against Su Zimo. He was the second on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. Bang! Reaching out, his blood chi surged and the bloodline on his palm expanded. It shone with a golden light and crushed down on Su Zimo's head with an endless might. Diamond Monastery specialized in body tempering and was the strongest in melee combat in the Buddhist monasteries. Although Monk Black Gold's bloodline had not cultivated to the tsunami blood realm, the faint sound of tides could already be heard when he channeled his blood chi. The moment Su Zimo grabbed the 2 Buddha beads, Monk Black Gold's attack descended. He willed. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics of the Thunder Dharmic body, Rolai Dharmic body and Heavenly Fiend Dharma body attacked at the same time and suppressed Monk Black Gold. Even if the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were at the end of the road, they were not something that a physical body could defend against. Boom! A loud bang sounded from within Monk Black Gold's body as a gigantic figure appeared above his head that shone with endless golden light. This was the first time he had used his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic after entering the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. 18 meters metal body. The legacy Dharma characteristic of Diamond Monastery. Cultivators who cultivated that Dharma characteristic would be able to condense 60 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. As their cultivation increased, their Dharma characteristics would increase continuously. Back then, Monk Black Gold only lost to Tao Lord Immortal Sword by a single move. His 18 meters metal body was also 85 feet tall. However, that was the battlefield of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking and it was close to 1,000 years ago. Right now, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that Monk Black Gold cultivated had already reached a height of 89 feet and was the same as Tao Lord Immortal Sword. Boom! The 18 meters metal body collided heavily against Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. It shuddered. Although the 18 meters metal body was a level higher than Su Zimo's 3 Dharma characteristics in terms of height, it was still slightly inferior to fight against 3 of them single-handedly. Furthermore, the grade of the 18 meters metal body was much weaker than the Rolai Dharmic body to begin with. Even the 3 battered heaven and earth Dharma characteristics released terrifying power and shattered Monk Black Gold's 18 meters metal body completely. After that battle, Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were riddled with holes as well. Formless heaven and earth. Right then, a clear voice sounded. It was calm and indifferent but contained immense power as it descended on Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. He swept his gaze across. The one who attacked was a monk of Formless Monastery, a conjoint body mighty figure. In Formless Monastery, there was a secret skill known as the Formless Heaven and Earth. When released, that secret skill could cause an opponent's Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The name of Formless Monastery was related to that secret skill as well. In the previous Dharma characteristic rankings, many cultivators were most unwilling to face monks of Formless Monastery. Imagine that the battle had just begun and one's Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic had just been formed when it was destroyed by a secret skill. How was he going to fight? Of course, that secret skill was not invincible as well. If he wanted to shatter the other party's Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic, the monk of Formless Monastery had to have a high enough cultivation realm and a deep understanding of that secret skill. Furthermore, that secret skill was useless against a supreme Dharma characteristic. At that moment, it was not only Diamond Monastery and Formless Monastery. Even the monks of Hollow Monastery and Wisdom Monastery and the nun of Clear Heart Nunnery were targeting Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was surrounded once more. Desolate Marshal, let's see how long more you can last without your Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics. Monk Black Gold hollered. The moment he said that, a dull thud sounded from his chest. It was dull and powerful, like an ancient divine being beating a drum. Develop a mind that abides nowhere. Monk Black Gold uttered the words with a robust, metallic sound. Dong! Another dull thud sounded. Others might not know about it, but Su Zimo cultivated many Buddhist sutras and knew that this was from the Diamond Sutra, a secret classic of Diamond Monastery. By comprehending its obscurities and cultivating to the perfected realm, one could condense an incomparably strong diamond heart. The diamond heart could boost one's blood chi exponentially, increasing their strength by a few folds. The dull thuds were none other than the beating of Monk Black Gold's diamond heart. Chapter 1266, Everything is Dharmic. Chapter 1266, Everything is Dharmic. There was naturally a reason why Monk Black Gold was able to reach second on the Dharma characteristic ranking 1,000 years ago. Swoosh! His blood chi surged and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body. With the help of the diamond heart, Monk Black Gold's bloodline reached the realm of tsunami blood. Desolate Marshal, hand over the Buddha beads and I'll spare your life. He strode toward Su Zimo with huge strides and his eyes bulged slightly. They were menacing and shone with a resplendent golden light. He even used the visual technique of Diamond Monastery. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he looked at Monk Black Gold. Suddenly, his hand that was holding the Buddha beads trembled. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo suddenly threw the 2 Buddha beads in his hands over. This sudden change stunned many cultivators. Desolate Marshal had always been domineering. How could he have been scared into submission by a single sentence from Monk Black Gold? Or could it be that Desolate Marshal was truly exhausted and could no longer fight? Many cultivators were puzzled. However, everyone quickly cast those doubts aside and attacked one after another to fight for the Buddha beads. The battle was completely ignited. On the other hand, Su Zimo became an outsider and stood outside the battlefield. A look of shock flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly, "Fake, it's all fake." He had long sensed that something was amiss. Everything seemed to have gone too smoothly. From the moment they entered the secret chamber, every cultivator could find what they wanted without spending much effort. Initially, Su Zimo merely thought that the treasures in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple were truly endless. However, he only came to a gradual realization after he fought Monk Black Gold and thought about the Diamond Sutra thereafter. The Diamond Sutra was a secret manual of Diamond Monastery that Su Zimo had never cultivated before. However, in the Tao inheritance ground, he obtained some legacies of the Buddhist monasteries. Among them, there was a mighty figure of the Buddhist monasteries who mentioned something about the Diamond Sutra. Su Zimo opened his mouth gently and said a verse of the sutra, "Everything is Dharmic and illusory like a dream." Like dew and lightning, everything is merely fleeting. Although the verse was ordinary, every single word seemed to possess a mysterious power. As the verse was chanted, the scene before Su Zimo changed continuously before coming to a stop. There was no secret chamber or treasure before him. He was still in the grand hall he arrived in when he just entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. On the walls were the 4 humongous and menacing Vajras. The green lights flickered sinisterly beneath the walls. Nothing changed. And none of them had left the hall. Everywhere Su Zimo looked, he could see countless corpses and fresh blood. The entire hall was dyed red with blood and the stench of blood filled the air. He saw Monk Black Gold, Tao Lord Purple Sword, the mighty figure of Sword Sect and the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Those people were still fighting. Ha ha ha. Monk Black Gold reared his head in wild laughter. I've got it. The Mingwang prayer beads are mine. Su Zimo looked at everything in shock and felt chills run down his spine. In Monk Black Gold's hands, there were no Mingwang prayer beads, there were 2 bloodied eyeballs. However, Monk Black Gold and all the cultivators present, including Su Zimo earlier on, fell into a hallucination and thought that the 2 eyeballs were the Mingwang prayer beads. This is the ancient Overlord Spear of Overlord Palace. Anyone who dares to fight for it is going against Overlord Palace. A Tao Lord of the Fiend sects possessed torrential fiend flames and killed in all directions. However, what he was wielding was not the ancient Overlord Spear, but a bone that had appeared out of nowhere. A cultivator hid in a corner, drinking blood from the ground in huge mouthfuls. However, he mumbled, "The heavens are truly on my side. To think that I would find a primordial divine spring in this ancient temple. Crazy." Everyone had gone crazy. Within that illusion, nothing could be seen clearly. The only way one could make out everything that was happening in the hall clearly was if they got out. All the treasures were fake. However, the fights between the cultivators were real. There were at least 5,000 cultivators who entered the hall, but now, there were less than 1,000 left. Furthermore, that number was still decreasing rapidly. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something and hurriedly took out the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir he had obtained from his storage bag. It was the same as what he had seen. In other words, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was real. The entire place was a mix of truth and fiction. True and fake, everything was a dreamlike fantasy. At that moment, Su Zimo was in a daze and could not figure it out. What was even more frightening was who set this trap and dragged the 5,000-odd cultivators who entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple inside it. Even conjoint body mighty figures could not break free from that illusion. Even with Su Zimo's Tao heart, he was deceived for a long time before waking up. Who was it? What was his cultivation realm? Dharma characteristic realm? Conjoint body realm? Why did he set up such a trap? Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the many legends about the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. He vaguely realized that there was something wrong with the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to begin with. All these years, cultivators who died in the ancient temple most likely died in their own hallucinations without waking up. The battle continued. Even Monk Black Gold, who was ranked 2nd on the Dharma characteristic ranking, was killed by a mighty figure after killing many cultivators consecutively and died on the spot. Even at death's door, Monk Black Gold did not break free from his hallucinations and was still indignant with widened eyes. It was impossible for Su Zimo to wake the cultivators from their hallucinations. The moment he approached them, the cultivators seemed to be agitated and attacked him wildly, thinking that he was here to fight for their treasures. In reality, the so-called treasures were merely bones and broken limbs. Some of the cultivators even held a severed head like a treasure with intoxicated expressions. His spirit perception warned him repeatedly. His spirit perception had been warning him ever since he stepped foot into the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, Su Zimo could not sense where the danger was at all. He had already obtained the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, and right now, the only thing on his mind was to leave this grand primordium ancient temple that was even more terrifying than hell. Bang! 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 Su Zimo avoided some cultivators and struck continuously against the 4 stone doors of the grand primordium ancient temple. However, he could not shake the stone doors with his strength. He could not get out. A sinister wind suddenly blew in the sealed hall. Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine as though someone was approaching him. Hurriedly, he summoned his creation lotus platform and it hovered above his head as he turned around. There was nothing. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo stabilized his Tao heart and chanted internally, "Everything is Dharmic and illusory like a dream. Like dew and lightning, everything is merely fleeting." Immediately after, he felt his hairs stand on end. He merely chanted that sentence internally. However, he truly heard that sentence as every single word reverberated through the hall. It was a completely foreign voice. It was round, calm and pure with a unique magnetism. However, to Su Zimo, it sounded like the voice of a demon from hell that sent chills down his spine. Apart from him who was awake and could say those words, there was another person awake in the hall. It was most likely the person who set the trap. Chapter 1267, Truth. Chapter 1267, Truth. Su Zimo did not move at all and tried his best to remain calm as his eyes shone with a cold glint. The voice was erratic and he could not determine where the person who set up the trap was. Furthermore, only he could hear that voice. The other cultivators in the ancient temple were still immersed in their hallucinations as they fought and massacred one another. None of them heard the voice. Fellow Taoist, you sure are capable to be able to comprehend an illusion's secret skill as such from the Diamond Sutra. Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. Although he had not cultivated the Diamond Sutra before, he knew that it was a body-tempering technique of Diamond Monastery. Throughout history, there had never been a monk of Diamond Monastery that comprehended such a secret skill from the Diamond Sutra. One could imagine the level of comprehension and talent the person who set this trap had. There were many different types of illusion techniques in the cultivation world. The sect that was best at illusion techniques was the Fiend sect, Illusion Fiend cult. However, Su Zimo had fought against the paragons of Illusion Fiend cult before and even their secret skills could not bewitch him. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had never encountered such a terrifying illusion technique. In truth, he had been extremely cautious the moment he entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Even so, he was still tricked. In fact, even now, he could not figure out when the illusion technique descended. Was it after he entered the ancient temple or after he snatched the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir? The person who set this trap gave Su Zimo a feeling that he was more terrifying than all the enemies he had encountered in the past. Di'in and Dao Lord Hatred did not give him the same pressure as this person either. This was an extremely dangerous existence. In fact, Su Zimo knew nothing about him. He was only making a preliminary guess that the person who set this trap was most likely an expert of the Buddhist monasteries. Su Zimo's sudden statement was partly due to his shock at the methods of the person who laid the trap. At the same time, he was testing the waters to try and locate the person who laid the trap. Fufu. The voice laughed and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Although Su Zimo was expressionless, his heart stirred. He still could not find the ladder. There was no way for him to fight. Right from the beginning, the person who set the trap had been taking the initiative to lead him and everyone else by the nose. Right then, Su Zimo felt like he was being spied on. Suddenly, he turned around and focused his gaze. That single look caused his pupils to constrict. On the wall on the east side of the ancient temple, the 90 feet tall country pillar Vajra actually walked down from the wall. He was dressed in white armor and held a pipa as he glared at Su Zimo angrily. Pust! Su Zimo gasped. One of the 4 Vajras came alive. This was definitely not a hallucination. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something. Ever since he entered the ancient temple, he had a feeling that he was being spied on, but he could not find the source. Now that he thought about it, the feeling of being spied on came from this guardian Vajra. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the country pillar Vajra hugged his pipa and strummed his fingertips against the strings, letting out an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing that contained a steely killing intent. Frowning, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his ears and could not help but grunt. Dozens of cultivators that were fighting around the vicinity of the country pillar Vajra suddenly stopped with stiff expressions. Poof! 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 Immediately after, streaks of blood appeared on the faces and bodies of the dozens of cultivators and exploded into blood mists. If Su Zimo could not withstand the sound of the pipa even with his physique, the outcome of the other cultivators was imaginable. All of a sudden, sensing something, Su Zimo looked to the other side. On the southern wall, a 90 feet tall figure walked down with a terrifying aura. The Growth Vajra. This figure was green and wore armor. Wielding a sword, he was filled with killing intent. The sword slashed forward. More than 100 cultivators in front of him were severed at the waist. In fact, there were even conjoined body mighty figures among them as endless blood splattered in a shocking manner. What was even more frightening was that the cultivators were still hallucinating and could not break free even till their deaths. Roar! Right then, a loud dragon roar sounded from the west. He turned towards the voice. The boundless vision Vajra on the west wall had come to life as well. Dressed in red armor, there was a scarlet divine dragon coiling around his muscular arm. It opened its gigantic mouth and let out a deafening roar. The moment the scarlet dragon flew out, it opened its mouth and swallowed the dozens of cultivators that stood in its way instantly. There was no blood even. Dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao lords were devoured. The number of cultivators in the Grand Primordium ancient temple decreased. Su Zimo turned around once more and looked at the north wall. True enough. The infinite hearing Vajra on the north wall had already arrived as well. He was 90 feet tall and was green, wearing armor as well. He wielded a treasure umbrella that seemed like it could cover the skies. When the infinite hearing Vajra released his arm, the umbrella spun out. The 100-odd cultivators enveloped by the umbrella were suddenly sucked towards it by a powerful suction force. It was as though there was an endless abyss beneath the umbrella that devoured all the cultivators present without any corpse left. The 4 guardian Vajras were all alive. To be precise, right from the beginning, the 4 guardian Vajras were not dead objects or merely drawings on the walls. Hundreds of cultivators were killed instantly the moment the 4 of them made a move. There were less than 500 cultivators alive in the hall. The 4 guardian Vajras were way too terrifying. Even with Su Zimo's cultivation, he felt suffocated against the might of the 4 guardian Vajras. Were the 4 guardian Vajras the ones who set the trap? Something was amiss. There must be something wrong. The 4 guardian Vajras were legends of the Buddhist monasteries. Even if they were real, they should have been in the upper world and definitely not Tianhuang mainland. Otherwise, they would no longer be mere legends. There would definitely be clear records of them in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries in Tianhuang mainland. In other words, the 4 guardian Vajras before him were definitely not the legendary 4 Vajras of the Buddhist monasteries. However, Su Zimo was convinced that everything he saw was not a hallucination. The massacre of the 4 guardian Vajras earlier on was real as well. Without taking a step forward, the 4 guardian Vajras glared at Su Zimo. A mocking look flashed through their eyes as they wanted to see if Su Zimo could guess the final answer. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. That single thought was extremely terrifying and he felt chills run down his spine because of it. However, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was the truth. Indeed, the 4 guardian Vajras before him were not the legendary 4 Vajras of the Buddhist monasteries. That was because the 4 guardian Vajras before him were all 90 feet tall supreme Dharma characteristics. Chapter 1268, It's You. Chapter 1268, It's You. Supreme Dharma Characteristics. Su Zimo said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, the 4 of you sure are capable." 4. Fu. Suddenly, the voice sounded and laughed, seemingly mocking. A figure walked out slowly from the darkness before Su Zimo. There was only a single figure. There was no one else. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a possibility. "You're wrong about one thing. There's no 4 of us, I'm alone," the figure said slowly. Pust. Su Zimo was stunned and his eyes flashed with shock. When he saw the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, his first reaction was that 4 monster incarnates of the Dharma characteristic realm had joined forces to set up a trap in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. However, he had not expected that all 4 supreme Dharma characteristics were cultivated by a single person. One person, 4 Dharma characteristics. Up till this point of his cultivation, how many opportunities and encounters had Su Zimo come across? There were probably not many people who could compare with the opportunity he had in the Tao inheritance ground. Even then, he only cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. However, the figure before him had 4 Dharma characteristics. Furthermore, all of them were supreme Dharma characteristics. That was way too terrifying. Notwithstanding the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, the fact that a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was able to lure more than 5,000 cultivators, conjoint body mighty figures included, into a trap in the Grand Primordium ancient temple using a single illusion technique, what sort of methods were those? The likes of Di'in and Tao Lord Hatred were far inferior compared to this person before Su Zimo. Even his Green Lotus true body could not compare to the person before him. Su Zimo believed that with his talent and comprehension of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taoists, his Green Lotus true body would eventually be able to cultivate all 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics to the level of the 90 feet supreme. Even so, he only had 3, it was still 1 less than the 4 of the person who set this trap. Of course, that did not mean that Su Zimo was inferior to that person. If he included his dragon true body, Su Zimo would definitely be able to fight this person with both true bodies. If he could attain greater mastery of his martial Tao true body, this person would be even less of a match for him. Even so, it was shocking enough to know that 4 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were formed by a single person. This generation was truly filled with paragons and monster incarnates. Even a Tao Lord who had formed 4 supreme Dharma characteristics had appeared. A monster incarnate as such was definitely not a nobody. Why hadn't anyone heard of this person before? As Su Zimo pondered, the figure had already arrived before him and revealed his true appearance. Unexpectedly, this was not a monk. The intruder was dressed in grayish-white robes and had shoulder-length hair that covered most of his face, revealing only one eye. That eye was clear, bright and gentle, as though it possessed boundless wisdom. Met with the eye, it was as though all the panic, fear, uneasiness and nervousness had vanished and one would calm down. Unless they witnessed it personally, it was hard for anyone to imagine that a cultivator with such a pure eye would be so ruthless and cold-blooded. There seemed to be a thin, blood scar on the person's glabella. However, the scar was covered by his long hair and could not be seen clearly. While Su Zimo was sizing up the white-robed man, the latter was doing the same. The white-robed man seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly, revealing a reminiscent expression. A moment later, his expression changed as he looked at Su Zimo in disbelief and shock. "It's you?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Although it was only 2 words, the information revealed by those words was way too great. From the tone of the white-robed man, it was clear that the latter had seen him before. However, no matter how Su Zimo tried, he could not recall where he had seen this person before. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, Su Zimo believed that he would definitely not forget anyone who had such clear and pure eyes. What a surprise! The white-robed man shook his head gently and lamented. "You've seen me before?" Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. The white-robed man smiled meaningfully and did not deny. "We met once." Once. Countless clues surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. The answer was about to surface. As long as he connected the fragments and clues together, that would be the final answer. They had only met once. Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. More than 100 years ago. Fresh blood. Suddenly, Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he glared at the white-robed man before him and said word by word, "So, it's you, Tao Lord Blood Fiend." The white-robed man was stunned. Su Zimo said slowly, "More than 100 years ago, in the underground Fiend Palace of the North region, the resurrected white bone in the coffin was you." At that moment, although Su Zimo still had many questions in his mind, there was an explanation for many of them. Back then, Su Zimo was still at the Foundation Establishment realm. Under Demonis G's invitation, he ventured deep underground to explore the inheritance of the Fiend sections. To think that he would meet with immense danger and almost died. At that time, the white bones in the ancient coffin were resurrected and sucked the flesh of cultivators. Su Zimo had to make use of the divine phoenix bone to severely injure them. Finally, the ground collapsed and buried everything. As for Su Zimo and Demonis G, they hid in the stone coffin as well and avoided the calamity. It was in that stone coffin that Su Zimo obtained the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and a Mingwang prayer bead. Later on, when he heard the legend of Tao Lord Blood Fiend from Monk Yuan Bei, he realized that the person suppressed in the stone coffin was most likely Tao Lord Blood Fiend. Of course, there were many details that could not be explained. For example, who was the one that suppressed Tao Lord Blood Fiend in the stone coffin? Why was there a single Mingwang prayer bead left in the stone coffin? If Tao Lord Blood Fiend knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, why did he carve the cultivation technique on the coffin lid? Was it because he wanted to pass down the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra? The white-robed man did not refute and merely looked at Su Zimo indifferently. Su Zimo was even more certain now as he said coldly, "That single encounter between us you mentioned was in the Fiend Palace underground. However, you were just a skeleton back then. The difference compared to now is truly great. You've changed quite a bit as well." The white-robed man said, "Back then, you were merely a little Foundation Establishment cultivator. I didn't recognize you at the first instance when you grew to such an extent after more than 100 years. By saying that, the white-robed man indirectly acknowledged Su Zimo's speculation. Su Zimo looked at the corpses strewn all over the hall and sighed internally. "The reason why you spent so much effort to set this trap was because you wanted to make use of the fresh blood of these cultivators to cultivate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and recover your cultivation." Back when he heard that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had descended on Tianhuang mainland for the first time more than 100 years ago, he had already sensed that something was amiss. The timing was rather coincidental. However, he did not think too much about it. Now, it seemed like Tao Lord Blood Fiend had set up this trap in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple after his rebirth in order to recover his cultivation swiftly. Over the years, countless cultivators have been buried here each time the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple descended. Their blood became a source of cultivation for Tao Lord Blood Fiend. Chapter 1269, The Exterior is a Reflection of the Interior. Chapter 1269, The Exterior is a Reflection of the Interior. The sounds of fighting and killing in the surroundings gradually faded. Right now, there were less than 200 cultivators remaining in the hall. Even though the remaining people had expended all their Dharmic powers, they were still fighting for the treasures with bloodshot eyes as though they had gone mad. Right from the beginning, the white-robed man did not make any moves at all. What he wanted to do was to release some specious news and lure the cultivators into the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Thereafter, he would release an illusion technique and bury the 5,000-odd cultivators there. The white-robed man was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo had once heard Monk Yuanbei mention some legends about Dao Lord Blood Fiend. However, he only felt that fear when he truly faced this expert of the past. It was not only in terms of strength, but also his mental state, wisdom, planning and aura. There was also an indescribable pressure. When Su Zimo realized that the white-robed man before him was Dao Lord Blood Fiend, there was an explanation for everything. Of course, there were still some things that he could not figure out. What's up with this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple? Although there are no treasures inside, this ancient temple is real. How can you shift such a massive ancient temple continuously? Su Zimo asked. According to the rumors outside, the first time the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple descended was in the south region of Tianhuang mainland. Thereafter, every once in a while, this ancient temple would descend in a place and attract many cultivators in to hunt for treasures. It was antiquated and grand, dozens of times larger than the capital of Great Zhou. Su Zimo could not imagine how the white-robed man could shift such a massive object and carry it around him continuously. Since you're so smart, why don't you make a guess? The white-robed man seemed to admire Su Zimo as well and did not reply immediately, merely asking calmly. After pondering for a moment, a glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he blurted, "This Grand Primordium Ancient Temple is your Dharmic weapon." That was the only possibility that could explain his previous doubts. It was also the only possibility that could explain why the white-robed man could control the 4 stone doors at the entrance of the ancient temple and trap everyone here. That's right. The white-robed man nodded and laughed mockingly. This is my destiny Dharmic weapon. How can these people be a match for me if they enter my destiny Dharmic weapon? A moving ancient ruin was strange to begin with. However, no one expected that this so-called ancient ruin was a destiny Dharmic weapon of a cultivator. Su Zimo asked again, "When did you release your illusion technique?" Pausing for a moment, he reminisced. The moment after the stone doors fell and the row of green lights beneath the wall lit up, right? Su Zimo had a deep impression of that scene. The sudden descent of the stone doors caused everyone in the hall to panic. At that moment, the green lanterns were lit and flickered. The 4 guardian Vajras on the wall seemed to have come alive as well. Many cultivators were shocked. At that moment, all the cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat and revealed openings. That's right. The white-robed man did not hide anything and nodded. Thereafter, he smiled gently. These cultivators are trapped and unable to extricate themselves, but my illusion technique was merely a bait. The true source lies within your hearts. Extending his slender and fair finger, the white-robed man pointed at Su Zimo's chest. Su Zimo frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. As though he understood something, he said, "The exterior is a reflection of the interior." That's right. The white-robed man nodded. The treasures you see are all because of your own desires. That also explained why all the cultivators could find the treasures they wanted in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. After all, those so-called treasures were merely the imaginations of every cultivator. That was also the reason why the illusion technique was so terrifying. There was only a single way to break out of the illusion. It was to suppress the obsession in one's heart temporarily. If one had no desires and was naturally formless, they could break free from the illusion. It was the same for Su Zimo. He had to endure the reluctance in his heart to cast out the 2 Buddha beads before he obtained actual freedom. Although the process seemed simple, it was shuddering. If he could not break free from the obsession in his heart, Su Zimo would be like the cultivators in the main hall right now, still immersed in the fight in his hallucinations. Even if his combat strength was heaven-defying and he killed everyone, so what? His inevitable outcome would be to be killed mercilessly by the white-robed man without knowing how he died. Su Zimo said, "Legend has it that you are extremely bloodthirsty and cold-blooded. I've finally witnessed it today." Fu. The white-robed man laughed and a hint of emotions that no one else could understand flashed through his eyes. "That's bloodthirsty? You must have lost count of the lives you've taken before you were able to cultivate to this realm." Su Zimo was silent. The cultivation world was incomparably cruel. All of them so-called paragons and monster incarnates had to step on countless corpses to get to where they were today. The white-robed man said, "These people are blinded by greed and are beyond hope. The greater their greed, the deeper they fall. It's fine if someone like that dies. What's there to pity? Furthermore, I didn't kill anyone much. They were the ones who killed one another." The white-robed man laughed indifferently with a mocking expression. The fact that he was able to be known as Tao Lord Blood Fiend and create a cultivation technique such as the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra meant that he naturally had his own way of thinking. It was difficult for others to change that. Additionally, this is not a doomed situation. The white-robed man continued, "I left two methods of survival for this trap. If those cultivators were not greedy, they would naturally not have come to this grand primordium ancient temple and undergo this calamity. That is the first method of survival. Even if they enter the ancient temple, as long as any of those cultivators can let go of their obsessions and break free from the illusion, I'll spare their lives and send them out of the ancient temple. That is the second method of survival. If they are able to let go of their obsessions, I'll even grant them opportunities, cultivation techniques and secret skills, elixirs or universal treasures." For more than 100 years, some of the cultivators who entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple survived as well. That was the reason why those cultivators who survived managed to obtain quite a bit of opportunities after leaving the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Su Zimo said indifferently, "More importantly, the reason why you let those cultivators off and even gave them opportunities was because they could attract even more people. If every cultivator that entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple were to die inside, who would dare to explore? The only way the white-robed man could attract more cultivators was if he intentionally let some cultivators off and allowed them to obtain some opportunities." "You are indeed smart." The white-robed man smiled. Su Zimo raised his brow and suddenly said, "According to your words, I've already broken free from the illusion technique. Are you going to let me live as well?" The smile in the eyes of the white-robed man intensified as he shook his head slowly. "Not for you." Chapter 1270, Attack. Chapter 1270, Attack. The white-robed man said those words with a smile. In fact, Su Zimo could not sense any killing intent from the tone of the white-robed man. Instead, he sounded like an accomplished monk who was speaking to him warmly. However, Su Zimo knew very well that the white-robed man would definitely not let him off. It was not only because he had severely injured the white-robed man more than 100 years ago and the two of them had already established a feud. More than that, it was because he knew the identity of the white-robed man and the secret of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. There was no way the white-robed man could let him leave alive. There was no doubt to the outcome if the two of them were to fight. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo had just fought a huge battle, his 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics had already dissipated and it was difficult for him to condense them in a short period of time. To be fair, even if he was in his peak condition, there was no way he could be a match for the white-robed man. That was an entire for supreme dharma characteristics. Back then, Tao Lord Hatred had already forced the Green Lotus true body to its limits with a single supreme dharma characteristic. If the 4 supreme dharma characteristics attacked at the same time, the Green Lotus true body might not even be able to withstand a single move. Of course, Su Zimo would not surrender. On the one hand, he was truly curious by constantly asking questions. On the other hand, He was stalling for time and recovering his stamina in secret to nourish his essence spirit so that he could prepare for his final counterattack. He only had a single chance to attack. If the white-robed man realized what was happening and the four guardian Vajras moved at the same time, it would be difficult for the Green Lotus true body to escape death. The eyes of the white-robed man were clear as he looked at Su Zimo with a faint smile. Those eyes were filled with endless wisdom, as though they could peer through all the secrets on Su Zimo, as though they had already seen through his plans. Perhaps the reason why the white-robed man did not interfere was because he did not care at all. It was the way a cat looked at a rat. It was somewhat mocking and teasing. In the eyes of the white-robed man, Su Zimo might be a smart rat, but there was no way the latter could break free from his control. Su Zimo looked at the four guardian Vajras and sighed. To think that the dignified Tao Lord Blood Fiend would have such attainments in the Tao of Buddhism. Even in the ancient era, there was probably no Buddhist disciple who could condense four heaven and earth Dharma characteristics and cultivate them to the level of a supreme Dharma characteristic, let alone cultivators of the current era. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how terrifying the white-robed man was. He created the unprecedented Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. When reviewed, it was said that even the ancient emperors could not compare to him in terms of bloodline attainment. To think that such a ruthless fiend who could kill without batting an eyelid would possess such frightening attainments in the Buddhist Tao as well. The combination of the Buddhist and fiend Taos formed a unique aura around the white-robed man. What are fiends and Buddhas? Seemingly moved by Su Zimo's words, the white-robed man said indifferently, fiends can become Buddhas and Buddhas can turn into fiends. What's the difference between the two? Su Zimo was tense and focused the entire time. The moment a ripple appeared in the white-robed man's mind, he sensed it. An opportunity. Kill. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and released a sound domain secret skill. This was only the first move and his killing move was behind. The two of them were only 10 feet apart from one another. At this distance, Dharma characteristic Tao lords with weak physiques could be killed by Thunderclap Kill if they were unprepared. However, the release of Thunderclap Kill did not affect the white-robed man at all. The white-robed man still looked at Su Zimo calmly with a hint of mockery in his eyes and a fake smile. Not good. Su Zimo's heart sank. Could this opening have been revealed by the white-robed man intentionally? Even so, Su Zimo couldn't care less. The arrow was on the bow and had to be released. Shoo. 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 A green glow burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. His creation lotus platform hovered above his head. However, in reality, the 54 green lotus seeds were hidden in his consciousness the entire time and were prepared to deal a fatal blow. The 54 green lotus seeds left his consciousness and formed a long sword that shone with a green glow instantly. Instantly, the green lotus sword arrived and slashed down at the white-robed man's head. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. Even some conjoint body mighty figures could not withstand a single slash of the green lotus sword. Su Zimo knew very well that the Green Lotus true body was definitely not a match for the white-robed man in a head-on battle. Furthermore, he could not even conjure a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic right now. The only way he could survive was if he fought against the white-robed man with his essence spirit and life on the line. Moreover, the white-robed man could not afford to be distracted in an essence spirit fight, that would render the four guardian Vajras as useless decorations. If he could kill the white-robed man's essence spirit, the four supreme Dharma characteristics would naturally collapse without a fight. Of course, if he failed, everything would come to an end. The pupils of the white-robed man constricted slightly when he sensed the sharpness of the green lotus sword. Even so, there was no hint of panic on his face. It was as though no one in this world could make him panic. The white-robed man did not move at all and merely watched calmly as the green lotus sword slashed over and entered his glabella. Su Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief. It worked? Even the essence spirit of a conjoined body mighty figure could not defend against the sharpness of the green lotus sword once it entered his consciousness. After a momentary pause, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. The life force of the white-robed man was not affected at all and his eyes were still clear and bright. He did not look like his essence spirit was destroyed at all. On the contrary, Su Zimo could no longer sense the green lotus sword after it pierced the white-robed man's glabella. What sort of powers were these? Su Zimo was shocked. He was extremely convinced that the white-robed man had not used any essence spirit secret skills or essence spirit Dharmic weapons the entire time. However, when the green lotus sword slashed into his consciousness, it was like a rock that fell into the ocean and was devoured without a trace. All of a sudden. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the white-robed man's glabella. In his glabella, the thin blood scar between the gaps of his black hair seemed to have turned brighter, as though a blood-colored eye was about to open. Immediately after, 54 green lotus seeds fell from the glabella of the white-robed man without any luster. The entire process was extremely short. In fact, Su Zimo did not even know what methods the white-robed man used to neutralize his green lotus sword. However, at that moment, he couldn't care less. Spirit Vanquishing Whip. Su Zimo roared and channeled his essence spirit once more, releasing a second essence spirit secret skill. He could not give the white-robed man any chance. Otherwise, with a single thought from the latter, the 4 guardian Vajras would surround him and he would not have any chance at all. Reaching out, Su Zimo pulled out a whip that was coiled with lightning from his glabella. It was blinding and emitted a destructive aura. Crackle. Su Zimo swung the spirit vanquishing whip and whipped the white-robed man viciously. He refused to believe that the white-robed man could withstand his second essence spirit secret skill without moving at all. Chapter 1271, Crushing Defeat. Chapter 1271, Crushing Defeat. The Thunder Emperor's Secret Skill. The eyes of the white-robed man lit up as he blurted out the origin of the spirit vanquishing whip. This time round, he did not get careless and channeled his mental cultivation technique as well while chanting a few Dharmic arts to condense an essence spirit secret skill. Those Dharmic arts sounded familiar to Su Zimo. Before long, he realized that it was the essence spirit secret skill from the blood refinement Fiend Sutra, Blood Drop Art. A drop of grisly blood floated out of the white-robed man's consciousness and collided with the spirit vanquishing whip with a terrifying and evil power. Buzz! Buzz! Almost instantly, the thunder on the spirit vanquishing whip was suppressed by that drop of blood. Normally, the power of thunder was the most effective against evil. However, the power of evil was so strong that even thunder could not suppress it. Just as the spirit vanquishing whip was about to disperse, Su Zimo channeled his mental cultivation technique once more and channeled his essence spirit, releasing his third essence spirit secret skill. The Rulai Dharmic Seal. A golden swastika symbol flashed and burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. It was sacred and flawless, as though it possessed immense power and could suppress all living beings. The swastika symbol flew towards the white-robed man slowly. After releasing that essence spirit secret skill, Su Zimo's body swayed and his face turned incomparably pale. Initially, he had already fought against many cultivators in the hall and had expended a lot of Dharmic powers and essence spirit. Right now, forcefully channeling 3 essence spirit secret skills was already his limit. Su Zimo grit his teeth and endured the tearing pain from his essence spirit. He activated the creation lotus platform and struck the head of the white-robed man. The two of them were extremely close to one another and the creation lotus platform arrived almost instantly, even faster than the Rulai Dharmic Seal. The white-robed man did not use any weapons. When he saw the incoming creation lotus platform, he merely extended his fair palm and grabbed it without moving at all. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. He had just used the Creation Lotus platform to shatter the head of Chaos Essence Sect's mighty figure, Elder Lei Lai. But now, this white-robed man was using his body to grab the Creation Lotus platform. What sort of a body and power was that? The white-robed man had no openings from head to toe. Drip. A trickle of blood flowed down from the white-robed man's palm and fell to the ground. He was still injured after receiving the Creation Lotus platform bare-handed. Of course, it was only a flesh wound. In the blink of an eye, the wound on the white-robed man's palm healed. A sacred item of the Buddhist sections. A look of love flashed through the eyes of the white-robed man as he looked at the jade-green lotus platform in his palm. Given your cultivation and combat strength, I can imagine that you're also a peerless monster incarnate of the Buddhist monasteries. I truly can't bear to kill you. What a pity. You truly shouldn't have come to this grand primordium ancient temple and should not have been greedy. The white-robed man sighed gently and held the Creation Lotus platform in his palm. He looked at the Rulai Dharmic seal that was charging over and channeled a mental cultivation technique as well, releasing an essence spirit secret skill. Su Zimo could not help but stare with widened eyes. A bedazzling golden light burst forth from the glabella of the white-robed man as well, an even larger, divine and resplendent swastika symbol descended. The Rulai Dharmic seal. The white-robed man knew the Rulai Dharmic seal as well. Furthermore, since he could condense 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, his essence spirit was definitely stronger than Su Zimo's. When released by him, the power of the Rulai Dharmic seal was clearly even more terrifying. Boom! The 2 Rulai Dharmic seals collided violently. The entire hall seemed to have stopped. Some cultivators not far away from the 2 of them shuddered and their gazes dimmed. Their life forces drained rapidly as they fell. Their essence spirits were already shattered in their consciousnesses. Even though it was just the collision of the 2 Rulai Dharmic seals, the spirit consciousness fluctuation that spread out was something that many cultivators could not withstand. There was a momentary pause. The swastika symbol that Su Zimo condensed began to crack. As for the swastika symbol formed by the white-robed man, cracks appeared as well. However, it was clearly stronger than Su Zimo's. Before long, it suppressed and crushed Su Zimo's swastika symbol, sending it back towards him. A crushing defeat. Even though Su Zimo released 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession, they were all blocked by the white-robed man. Furthermore, the white-robed man's essence spirit secret skill formed a threatening counterattack. Su Zimo's essence spirit was already at its limits. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain and could no longer conjure any essence spirit secret skills. Even so, he did not give up. He condensed a wisp of spirit consciousness and constantly stimulated the Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist, wanting to awaken the essence spirit Dharmic weapon. After all, he had worn this Dharmic weapon for many years and it was connected to his mind and bloodline. Sensing the danger Su Zimo was in, the Mingwang prayer beads emitted a blinding golden light that formed a golden barrier around Su Zimo. The light barrier was etched with mysterious words that possessed enigmatic might. Boom! The cracked Rulai Dharmic seal collided against the golden barrier of the Mingwang prayer beads and shattered. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was expended and the light barrier did not last long either. It dimmed rapidly and vanished without a trace. He had lost. Su Zimo did not have any Dharmic powers within his body and his essence spirit was dried up. He was thoroughly exhausted and could not even release the simplest Dharmic arts. The white-robed man merely had to use a single supreme Dharma characteristic to kill Su Zimo. Su Zimo arched his body slightly and panted heavily. Although he was indignant about the death of his Green Lotus true body here, it was nothing much. He still had his Dragon true body and Martial Dao true body. One day, he would definitely return and take revenge on Dao Lord Blood Fiend. Many thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind. In fact, he felt dizzy. However, the white-robed man did not attack the entire time. After a long time, Su Zimo finally realized that something was amiss and looked up instinctively. Unknowingly, the white-robed man had already arrived before him. Suddenly, the white-robed man reached out and grabbed his left arm. Su Zimo wanted to dodge and resist. However, he did not have any strength left and could only allow the white-robed man to grab his left arm. Shing! Exerting strength slightly, the sleeves on Su Zimo's left arm were instantly torn. The white-robed man's gaze landed on Su Zimo's left wrist and stared at the Mingwang prayer beads for a long time with a conflicted expression. However, Su Zimo was in a hazy state and did not notice it. This is the Mingwang prayer beads. A long time later, the white-robed man spoke slowly. Su Zimo did not have much strength left and merely sneered without replying. 40,000 years ago, the Mingwang prayer beads were worn by Monk Daming. Tao Lord Blood Fiend and Monk Daming were old enemies and fought fiercely. How could he not recognize this treasure of the Buddhist monasteries? How do you have this treasure? The white-robed man asked. You're this generation's titular disciple of Daming Monastery? Su Zimo lamented internally. Tao Lord Blood Fiend has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and doesn't know about the changes in Tianhuang mainland. He doesn't know that even Daming Monastery is now gone. Chapter 1272, Peaceful Departure. Chapter 1272, Peaceful Departure. Daming Monastery is gone. Su Zimo said indifferently. Gone? The eyes of the white-robed man shone with a blinding light and his tone was filled with disbelief. It was gone 10,000 years ago. Su Zimo knew that he was going to die and did not hide anything. Right now, I'm the only one left in Daming Monastery. You found the right person if you want to take revenge on the successor of Daming Monastery. Of course, there was also Monk Yuan Bei at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. However, Monk Yuan Bei was nearing the end of his lifespan and Su Zimo did not want to cause him any more trouble. In Su Zimo's opinion, there was a high chance that Tao Lord Blood Fiend was suppressed by Monk Daming for tens of thousands of years and bore an endless hatred towards the latter. Due to the relationship between Daming Monastery and Monk Daming, it was only normal for Tao Lord Blood Fiend to harbor resentment towards Daming Monastery. Unfortunately, the world had changed after 40,000 years. Tao Lord Blood Fiend's old acquaintances were no longer around. Even Daming Monastery was gone by now. The white-robed man had a complicated expression and remained silent. You're the only one left in Daming Monastery. A long time later, the white-robed man spoke slowly with endless emotions and sadness in his tone. The arm that held Su Zimo gradually loosened as well. His eyes looked into the distance with the vicissitudes of time. After waiting for a long time, Su Zimo could not help but frown when he saw that the white-robed man did not attack him. During this short while, he had recovered some stamina as well and looked up. At that moment, the white-robed man stood opposite him and looked at the void in the distance, lost in thought. You. Just as Su Zimo was about to ask, the white-robed man's gaze shifted towards him once more. The eyes of the white-robed man were still clear and bright, possessing supreme wisdom. However, for some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt that the way the white-robed man looked at him was different from before. What do you want by coming to this grand primordium ancient temple? Suddenly, the white-robed man asked. The 9 revolutions soul return elixir and the 2 Buddha beads. Su Zimo did not hide anything. He had already obtained the 9 revolutions soul return elixir but unfortunately, he could not escape from this place. Who would have thought that there would be a peerless fiend that caused chaos in the cultivation world 40,000 years ago hidden in this ancient temple? Actually, not all the news released by me were fake. Suddenly, the white-robed man said, there are indeed 2 Buddha beads in the grand primordium ancient temple. The moment he said that, the white-robed man flipped his palm. 2 Buddha beads laid in his palm. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The 2 Buddha beads were made from soul-nourishing wood and were the size of a longan. There were Dharmic seals etched on them and they possessed the same aura as the Mingwang prayer beads. This. Su Zimo had a bewildered expression. On the one hand, his essence spirit was already dried up and it was difficult for him to tell if the 2 Buddha beads were real or fake or if it was a trick of the white-robed man. On the other hand, even if the 2 Buddha beads were real, he did not know why the white-robed man did that. Without replying, the white-robed man removed the Mingwang prayer beads on Su Zimo's left wrist casually. He threaded the 2 Buddha beads in his palm within and injected Dharmic powers. The 6 Buddha beads shone brightly and emanated a flawless divine glow. This treasure of Daming Monastery that was destroyed and lost for 40,000 years was finally gathered. The white-robed man rubbed the 6 Buddha beads gently with his fingers and remained silent for a long time. Su Zimo revealed a hint of reluctance as well. The Mingwang prayer beads had finally recovered. Unfortunately, it was going to end up in the hands of others. Leave. Right then, the white-robed man suddenly spoke. Su Zimo could not hear clearly. Or rather, he could not believe what he had just heard. You've obtained the treasure you wanted from the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. It's time for you to leave. The white-robed man said indifferently. This time round, Su Zimo heard everything clearly. However, he was puzzled. Why would the white-robed man let him off? The famous Tao Lord Blood Fiend became compassionate just because of the Mingwang prayer beads? Or was there something else? At that moment, Su Zimo was exhausted and weak mentally. His mind was in a mess and he could not figure out the connection between everything. The next moment, the white-robed man did something that shocked Su Zimo even more. Take it. He handed the complete Mingwang prayer beads back to Su Zimo. Su Zimo was stunned. Not only was the white-robed man releasing him, he even gave him the complete Mingwang prayer beads. Aren't you afraid that I'll look for you again? Su Zimo said, given my potential, you might not be my match if I cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. If the 2 of them were at the same cultivation realm, although Su Zimo had 1 less heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the outcome of a fight between them would be unpredictable. Sure, I'll wait for you. The white-robed man said, I look forward to your victory over me as well. Although the white-robed man's words seemed to imply something, Su Zimo could not understand. Frowning, Su Zimo asked again, I already know about the secret behind the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. If I leave, no one will fall for your trap of setting up the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple again. There's no need for that anymore. The white-robed man said indifferently, after today, the blood in this hall is enough for me to advance to the conjoint body realm. The cultivators that are attracted by the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple are no longer enough to satisfy my appetite. I'll find another way. Although his tone was calm, there was a strong blood stench and killing intent. He did not hide his ambitions at all. At the conjoint body realm, his combat strength and methods would become even more terrifying. At that time, another bloodbath would definitely break out on Tianhuang mainland. The gaze of the white-robed man flickered as he channeled his spirit consciousness, causing the stone door on the east side of the ancient temple to rise slowly. At that moment, the sun had just risen. A warm ray of sunlight shone into the hall, purging away some of the sinister blood stench. Su Zimo also regained some warmth. Immediately after, Su Zimo felt a tremendous force pushing him out of the ancient temple. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the ancient temple. The white-robed man had truly let him off and even gave him the complete Mingwang prayer beads. Bang! Boom! Boom! The stone door descended slowly. Instinctively, Su Zimo turned around and saw that the figure had already faded into the depths of the ancient temple and disappeared with the descent of the stone door. Right in front of Su Zimo, the gigantic Grand Primordium Ancient Temple shrank into a fist-sized light spot in the blink of an eye and sped into the distance, disappearing at the end of the sky before long. It was over. Standing in midair, Su Zimo breathed in the fresh air around him and recalled everything that happened in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. He still felt that everything was surreal and was in a daze. It was as though everything was just a dream. He glanced at his palm. The complete Mingwang prayer beads laid there silently with 6 Buddha beads strung together, emitting a sacred glow. Chapter 1273, Monk Daming. Chapter 1273, Monk Daming. Su Zimo looked around. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple carried everyone else and had long left Jade Toad Ridge. He took out some elixirs to recover his essence spirit from his storage bag and took a rest. Thereafter, he caught a random mystic mist eagle in the surrounding forest and used it as his leg strength to walk towards the bamboo forest where Yen Beichen was in seclusion. That way, he could recuperate and recover his strength while traveling. The mystic mist eagle traveled through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo sat on the back of the mystic mist eagle and recuperated while reminiscing about his bizarre experience. The trip to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple this time round was a calamity for most cultivators. Of the 5,000-odd cultivators that entered, there would most likely be less than 10 that survived. However, for Su Zimo, the tides turned and he obtained an unimaginable opportunity. Even now, he could not understand why Dao Lord Blood Fiend would suddenly change his mind and let him off, even returning the complete Mingwang prayer beads to him. The Mingwang prayer beads meant a lot to Su Zimo. It was also an extremely significant boost to his combat strength. That was because the 2 lost Buddha beads contained the 2 strongest Dharmic seals of the Daming Dharmic seal, the Great Vajra seal and Great Mount Meru seal. According to Monk Yuan Bei, those 2 Dharmic seals were the toughest and strongest. Furthermore, an even stronger Dharmic art would be born if the 6 Dharmic seals were combined. Su Zimo rubbed the Mingwang prayer beads gently and his heart skipped a beat as he recalled the way the white-robed man looked at it. The white-robed man's attitude towards him seemed to have shifted after he caught sight of the Mingwang prayer beads as well. What does Dao Lord Blood Fiend have to do with the Mingwang prayer beads? Su Zimo muttered, Monk Daming should be the one related to the Mingwang prayer beads. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened as he thought of an extremely terrifying and ridiculous possibility. Could it be that the white-robed man he saw was not Dao Lord Blood Fiend, but Monk Daming? That speculation was way too terrifying. However, now that Su Zimo had recovered his energy, his thoughts were gradually clear. As he recalled everything that happened in the hall, he could not help but think in that direction. The white-robed man could cultivate 4 supreme Dharma characteristics of the Buddhist monasteries, the 4 guardian Vajras. Furthermore, the reason why his attainments in Buddhism were so terrifying might be because the white-robed man was Monk Daming. Actually, there were many traces of the Buddhist monasteries on the body of the white-robed man. Su Zimo's immediate assumption of the white-robed man was that he was Dao Lord Blood Fiend because the latter knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. However, that did not mean that the white-robed man was Dao Lord Blood Fiend. After all, Su Zimo knew it as well. He had learned the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra not long after he was trapped in the stone coffin. It was normal for the white-robed man to learn the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra after being trapped in the stone coffin for 40,000 years. More importantly, Su Zimo recalled something. The white-robed man admitted that he had met Su Zimo once before. In fact, he had already admitted that he was the skeleton that revived in the underground Fiend Palace more than 100 years ago. However, right from the beginning, the white-robed man had never admitted that he was Dao Lord Blood Fiend. The white-robed man once said, fiends can become Buddhas and Buddhas can become fiends as well. There's no difference between the two. Now that he thought about it, that seemed like an inspired statement. That was the only explanation that made sense why the white-robed man's attitude changed all of a sudden upon hearing Su Zimo's identity as the successor of Daming Monastery. In fact, he even took out his 2 Buddha beads and returned the complete Mingwang prayer beads to Su Zimo. Even if monk Daming turned into a fiend, he possessed an inseverable connection towards Daming Monastery. For the past 100 years, the Grand Primordium ancient temple had appeared many times on Tianhuang mainland. However, it had never been to the north region. That was most likely an attempt to avoid Daming Monastery. However, what the white-robed man did not know was that Daming Monastery had already become a thing of the past. Furthermore, given the seniority of monk Daming, there was a high chance that he knew monk Yuan Bei. That might be the only old friend he knew. Could that be true? Su Zimo murmured with a lost expression. Even if he thought of that possibility, he was unwilling to believe it in the depths of his heart. Monk Daming, the titular disciple of Daming Monastery 40,000 years ago with a benevolent heart, had been relegated to his current state in order to suppress Dao Lord Blood Fiend and save the masses? Actually, Su Zimo already had an answer in his heart. That was because he had cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra before as well. To be precise, he had only cultivated a few Dharmic arts of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Even so, he nearly fell into the Fiend Dao and became a bloodthirsty fiend. Each time he activated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he would develop a dependence on it. The feeling of being able to obtain endless power through bloodthirst was truly unbearable. Of course, deep in his heart, Su Zimo still believed that the white-robed man had not truly become a fiend like Dao Lord Blood Fiend. At the very least, there was a sense of nostalgia and longing for Daming Monastery in the heart of the white-robed man. Otherwise, the white-robed man would not have returned the complete Mingwang prayer beads to him or let him leave. Perhaps in the heart of the white-robed man, he felt that he was no longer worthy of carrying this Dharmic weapon of Daming Monastery, and that's why he gave it to Su Zimo. Of course, all of that was merely Su Zimo's speculation. There were still some questions that were difficult to explain. For example, if the white-robed man was monk Daming, why was he locked in that stone coffin? Who was the one who inscribed the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra in the stone coffin? Was everything done by Dao Lord Blood Fiend? What was Dao Lord Blood Fiend's motive for doing this? The most important question was whether Dao Lord Blood Fiend was still alive. Su Zimo could not help but recall the blood-colored human face that appeared in the 1,000-year blood sea back in Thousand Demon Valley. Of course, there were still unresolved questions about the entire affair. If the white-robed man was monk Daming, it would mean that 40,000 years had passed for him. How could monk Daming not die after being trapped in the stone coffin for 40,000 years? Even if there was a Mingwang prayer bead in the stone coffin that was made from soul-nourishing wood and could nurture one's essence spirit, it could not extend the lifespan of a cultivator. There must be something else that Su Zimo had not considered. Unknowingly, an entire day had passed after he sorted out his thoughts. Coupled with superior-grade elixirs, the Green Lotus true body had mostly recovered. Go on. Rising, Su Zimo tapped the Mystic Mist Eagle beneath him with his feet and gave it a few bottles of elixirs as well as a Dharmic weapon. After receiving its reward, the Mystic Mist Eagle could not help but rear its head and cry, wiping away the indignance in its heart. Su Zimo smiled. No matter how fast the Mystic Mist Eagle was, it could not match him. His figure transformed into a blazing golden streak of light and fled into the distance. Su Zimo wanted to return to the bamboo forest as soon as possible and hand the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir to Yen Beichen. Chapter 1274, Ungrateful. Chapter 1274, Ungrateful. Middle Continent, Bamboo Forest, Wooden House. Pianran, you seem a little distracted these past few days. What's on your mind? Yen Beichen asked softly with a concerned expression. Qin Pianran frowned slightly with a hint of worry in her eyes. For some reason, I've been feeling uneasy recently. After pausing for a moment, she revealed a smile and pretended to be relaxed. Beichen, you don't have to worry. It's nothing much. It should be fine after a couple of days. Uneasy? However, Yan Beichen had a grim expression as he shook his head. That's an impulse. Given your cultivation, there won't be such a sign for no reason. That doesn't make sense. I've already faked my death to escape and even returned the Asura Saber. How can there be any danger? Furthermore, even if there's danger, it'll be difficult to find this place. Yan Beichen fell into deep thought and his gaze inadvertently landed on Qin Pianran. His heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Qin Pianran asked. Yan Beichen was once the titular disciple of Asura sect and had seen too many bloodshed and scheming people. At that moment, he already had a guess. There were only two possibilities if the two of them were exposed. Someone had either followed his tracks or leads about Qin Pianran. He did not leave any destiny symbols in Asura sect. However, it was different for Qin Pianran. Let's leave this place first. Yan Beichen was decisive and stood up, grabbing Qin Pianran's hand and heading outside. Qin Pianran did not ask further either. The two of them had long decided to be with one another for life. She believed in Yan Beichen and would follow him wherever he went. Yan Beichen had just brought Qin Pianran out of the wooden house when he paused with a terrible expression. Not far ahead, a figure in white robes with a long sword on his back stood like an unsheathed sword with sharp brows and eyes. However, that figure seemed to be one with the world. Senior brother. Qin Pianran also saw that person and exclaimed in shock. The white-robed sword cultivator was none other than the titular disciple of Sword Sect, Tao Lord Immortal Sword. Or rather, Immortal Sword was no longer a titular disciple of Sword Sect. That was because the aura he emanated had clearly surpassed the Dharma characteristic realm, he was at the conjoint body realm and had become a mighty figure. For some people, the immense setbacks they suffered could cause them to die and fade into the masses. However, there were some people who could temper themselves continuously through setbacks to make their swords sharper and stronger. Immortal Sword was clearly the latter. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, he had failed in the fight for the heaven-slaying sword art. Thereafter, in 100 Refinement Sect, he was defeated by the extreme fire and was suppressed domineeringly. Even his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was shattered. Later on, outside 100 Refinement Sect, he was hunted by Yan Beichen who had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and almost died. Eventually, he managed to escape with the help of Qin Pianran. Even the consecutive setbacks could not crush him. Instead, he cultivated wholeheartedly all these years and had already entered the conjoint body realm. Yan Beichen's expression was terrible. Even if he was in his peak condition, there was no way he could be a match for Immortal Sword who was at the conjoint body realm, let alone the fact that his essence spirit was severely injured. Piak. 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 A series of clapping sounds could be heard from the other side of the bamboo forest. Yan Beichen swept his gaze and his heart sank. Tisk, tsk, tsk. There's no wonder why he's the Asura. Even after his essence spirit is injured, he's able to sense danger beforehand. The intruder sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, it's too late. The intruder was the titular disciple of Cloud Rain Sect, Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Back when Yan Beichen attacked Tao Lord Immortal Sword and the other 8 Tao Lords, apart from Qin Pianran, only Tao Lord Immortal Sword and Tao Lord Cloud Rain managed to escape. How could the two titular disciples let things go after suffering such humiliation? Right now, the 4 of them in that battle were all here. However, Qin Pianran was now by Yan Beichen's side. Immortal Sword's gaze landed on Yan Beichen and Qin Pianran's clenched fists. With a dark expression, he said slowly, "Asura, aren't you dead? You seem to be living well." Immortal Sword, Cloud Rain. There's nothing much to say now that things have come to this. Against Tao Lord hatred, Yan Beichen even tried to beg the other party to let him off. However, against Immortal Sword, he knew that he would only humiliate himself. Back then, I was the one who tried to kill you guys. It has nothing to do with her. Yan Beichen released Qin Pianran's hand. All these years, she was also captured by me and can't leave. It's not her fault. Beichen. Qin Pianran's heart ached. She could tell that Yan Beichen only said that to protect her because he knew he was going to die. Pft, pft. Beichen. That sure is endearing. Tao Lord Cloud Rain waved his folding fan and said eccentrically. His gaze swept across Qin Pianran brazenly. Tao brother Immortal Sword, given my experience, this woman is no longer a virgin. Sigh. A layer of frost had already covered Immortal Sword's face. Although he had no feelings for Qin Pianran, there was no way he could tolerate this woman throwing herself into someone else's embrace. When he heard Tao Lord Cloud Rain say that, he felt even more humiliated. Senior brother, I've already left the cultivation world with Beichen. We won't have anything to do with it anymore. Qin Pianran begged bitterly, Senior brother, please show mercy and let us off. Shut up. Immortal Sword had a menacing expression as he hollered, how dare you speak to me like that, lowlife? How dare you call me senior brother? Qin Pianran's face turned pale at the mention of lowlife. No matter what, she and Immortal Sword were from the same sect and could be considered as childhood sweethearts. In fact, they were the envy of everyone in Sword Sect. In exchange for that friendship of thousands of years, she was given that vicious insult. A look of rage surged into Yan Beichen's eyes as well as he shouted, Immortal Sword, are you worthy of being a titular disciple of Sword Sect? Back then, Pianran saved you in 100 Refinement Sect. Outside 100 Refinement Sect, if she had not attacked, you would have been killed by me. Anyone in this world can curse Pianran, but you're the only one who isn't qualified. Immortal Sword sneered, do you think you can kill me? Even without that lowlife, I could have left unscathed. This time round, Tao Lord Cloud Rain did not say anything. At that time, he was on the battlefield and naturally saw everything clearly. If not for Qin Pianran, Immortal Sword would have been a dead man. Tao Lord Cloud Rain curled his lips and sneered internally, immortal sects and orthodox sects? Even those of the Fiend sects can't match up to someone as ungrateful as him. Now that he was on the same side as Immortal Sword, there was naturally no way he would say something like that. To think that once upon a time, I was ranked alongside someone like you as the Asura. That sure disgusts me. Yan Beichen spat. You're no longer qualified of being ranked alongside me. Immortal Sword said coldly, because dead people are not qualified. Chapter 1275, Trampling. Chapter 1275, Trampling. Pianran, try your best to escape. Yan Beichen sent a voice transmission secretly, I'm the one they want to kill. I'll hold them back. As long as you escape and find Zimo, he'll naturally take revenge for me. Trying to escape? Suddenly, the voice of Immortal Sword sounded with a hint of mockery. Since I've found this place, I won't give you any chances. He smiled indifferently and waved his hand. Elder Qin, come out. This lowlife has betrayed Sword Sect and is now with the greatest fiend of the Fiend sections. I'll hand her over to you. Sigh. A sigh sounded from the bamboo forest. A middle-aged woman with a long sword on her back walked out and looked at Qin Pianran with a conflicted expression, shaking her head. Pianran, why were you so foolish? Why? Another conjoint body mighty figure. Yan Beichen's heart sank. He knew that the chances of them leaving this place alive were extremely slim. Master. Qin Pianran was shocked when she saw that person and could not help but exclaim. She could betray Sword Sect and even attack Immortal Sword, but she could not attack Elder Qin. She was an orphan child abandoned in the chaos of war. Elder Qin was the one who saved her and raised her, taking her in as a disciple. Her surname was the same as Elder Qin. Elder Qin was Qin Pianran's master. However, in her heart, Elder Qin was more like her mother. All these years, she and Yan Beichen lived in seclusion here without any news. The person she felt most guilty towards was Elder Qin. Qin Pianran had not expected that Immortal Sword would bring Elder Qin over. Pianran, I heard from Immortal Sword that you've already betrayed the sect and are with the Asura of the Fiend sections. Initially, I did not believe it. But now. She did not continue and sighed again. Master. Qin Pianran sounded like she was about to cry as well. Elder Qin could not help but ask, Pianran, have you suffered all these years? If you've suffered, tell me. I'll definitely take revenge for you and kill this fiend Asura personally. No, I've been very happy all these years. Qin Pianran shook her head. Elder Qin wanted to speak but hesitated. There was no way Qin Pianran could not tell what Elder Qin was implying. Elder Qin was reminding Qin Pianran that if she were to berate the Asura, Yan Beichen, and leave him now, Elder Qin could conveniently use that as an excuse to protect her. However, how could Qin Pianran say those words? Immortal Sword frowned when he heard that and could not help but urge, Elder Qin, are you doing this for personal gain? Betraying the sect and being involved with a fiend is an unforgivable crime punishable by death. You had better hurry and execute the sect rules. Elder Qin's expression changed and after a long silence, she drew the sword on her back slowly and said resolutely, Pianran, attack. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Qin Pianran merely shook her head and wept. Master, I won't attack you no matter what. I won't spare you even if you won't attack. Elder Qin hollered and waved her sword, sending waves of sword qi towards Qin Pianran. Just as Yan Beichen was about to move, Immortal Sword and Tao Lord Cloud Rain moved and formed a triangular formation, trapping him in the middle. Asura, what goes around comes around. Immortal Sword smiled gently with a smug expression. More than 10 years ago, his reputation in the cultivation world plummeted after that crushing defeat. All these years, he had endured humiliation for this very moment. Power has landed in the hands of someone vile. Yan Beichen said coldly, it was truly my mistake not to kill you back then. Since that's the case, I'll give you another chance. Immortal Sword smiled. Let's have another life and death battle of only you and me, how about that? On the surface, this was an opportunity. However, Yan Beichen was at the Dharma characteristic realm and his essence spirit was severely injured. Even his Asura Saber was returned to Asura sect. However, Immortal Sword was already a conjoint body mighty figure. There was no doubt about the outcome of that battle. Tao Lord Cloud Rain spread his hands. Since that's the case, I'll just sit by the sidelines and watch the show. Yan Beichen remained silent. His gaze swept across the battlefield at the side. Elder Qin attacked continuously. Qin Pianran was dodging the entire time and refused to attack. However, under Elder Qin's attacks, Qin Pianran's space to dodge decreased by the moment. Bang! All of a sudden, Yan Beichen experienced a severe injury to his chest. Before he could react, he was already sent flying and rolled dozens of feet away, smashing into a row of bamboo. Tao Lord Immortal Sword had suddenly struck Yan Beichen on the chest. How dare you get distracted in front of me? Are you looking down on me? Immortal Sword walked slowly towards Yan Beichen with a mocking expression and sneered. Given his current cultivation realm, it was way too simple if he wanted to kill Yan Beichen. A single punch from him could pierce Yan Beichen's chest. However, he did not do that. Killing Yen Beichen with a single punch was truly not enjoyable for Immortal Sword. He wanted to torture Yen Beichen bit by bit. That way, he could make up for the criticism he suffered over the years and vent the resentment in his heart. Ah! Qin Pianran was shocked when she saw Yen Beichen beaten down. While she was distracted, a wound appeared on her body and she could not help but exclaim. When Yen Beichen saw that Qin Pianran was injured, his eyes seemed to spew out 2 streams of rage. He struggled to stand up and wanted to help her. However, the moment he stood up, Tao Lord Immortal Sword had already arrived before him and raised his leg gently, striking him in the chest. That kick was neither heavy nor light. However, Yen Beichen could not withstand it. The pain in his heart was unbearable and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Does it feel terrible? Are you feeling flustered? Ha ha ha. Immortal Sword laughed brazenly. The feeling of trampling on Yen Beichen ruthlessly and wantonly made him feel delighted. All his grievances over the years had been relieved. Right now, even the renowned Asura had to kneel before him. Immortal Sword wanted Yen Beichen to watch Qin Pianran die in front of him while he was helpless. Bang! Yen Beichen tried to stand up but was sent flying by Immortal Sword once more. Cough! He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and lowered his head, seemingly unable to resist. Tao Lord Immortal Sword arrived before Yen Beichen once more and looked down at him with a relaxed expression. All of a sudden, a saber appeared in Yen Beichen's hands. Kill! Yen Beichen leaped up and let out a deep growl from the depths of his throat. With a backhand slash, he slashed towards Immortal Sword's throat. That was a killing move from the Asura Saber. The two of them were extremely close and Yen Beichen endured for a long time because he wanted to make use of the moment when Immortal Sword relaxed his mind to retaliate. This was his only chance. If the two of them were to fight head-on, he could not win at all. The saber was already at Immortal Sword's throat. However, Immortal Sword did not move at all, as though he could not react to it to dodge in time. Clang! When the saber slashed Tao Lord Immortal Sword's throat, there was a sound of metal clashing. Yen Beichen's eyes dimmed. Tao Lord Immortal Sword smirked and extended his finger gently, clamping the saber beneath his throat as he said indifferently, "You want to hurt me with this piece of scrap metal?" The moment he said that, the saber broke. Chapter 1276, Bold Claims. Chapter 1276, Bold Claims. At the conjoined body realm, Immortal Sword had already fused his 89 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body and tempered his body with the lifeless sword chi. His flesh was indestructible. The saber in Yen Beichen's hands was only a Tao Lord Dharmic weapon. Compared to the sharpness of the Asura saber, it was way too inferior and could not injure Immortal Sword. Immortal Sword reached out with his palm and grabbed Yen Beichen by the throat, lifting him from the spot. Under the palm of Immortal Sword, Yen Beichen's throat made a jarring sound, as though it could be crushed at any moment. Yen Beichen's face flushed red and he could no longer resist. He was in complete despair. He struggled and turned his face with a trembling expression, trying his best to look in Qin Pianran's direction. Although his vision was blurry, his eyes were still filled with endless worry and reluctance. Feeling terrible and helpless, right? When Immortal Sword saw Yen Beichen like this, he could not help but laugh. However, his tone was extremely sinister. All these years, I've been waiting for this day. I'm going to make you pay double the humiliation and pain I've suffered. Yen Beichen's mouth twitched as though he was smiling. What are you laughing at? Immortal Sword truly could not imagine that Yen Beichen could still smile despite his current state. Even if I die, why you won't survive either. Yen Beichen's voice was as soft as a mosquito and intermittent. However, Immortal Sword heard it clearly. Oh. Immortal Sword sneered, "You, Yen Beichen, are a dead man to begin with. Who would care if I killed a dead man? Your essence spirit is severely injured and you're no longer worthy of the title of the Asura. Would Asura sect take revenge for you? What a joke. On the other hand, I've already advanced to the conjoint body realm. Who would dare to be my enemy?" Yen Beichen's lips twitched once more. His eyes were completely crimson as blood gushed into them, but they shone with mockery. "Oh, got it." Immortal Sword came to a realization. "You're counting on Desolate Marshal, right? Back then, for Desolate Marshal, you dared to come and hunt us the moment you entered the Dharma characteristic realm. The two of you truly have an extraordinary relationship. However, I can tell you that even if Desolate Marshal doesn't come looking for me, I'll look for him. I'm going to make him spit out the heaven-slaying sword art for snatching it away from me." That was indeed Immortal Sword's intention. The first people he wanted to get rid of after coming out of seclusion were Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran. Thereafter, he was going to deal with Su Zimo. Immortal Sword said proudly, "I'm going to tell the entire cultivation world that my pride is not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares go against me will be killed without mercy." His words were filled with endless killing intent that spread through the entire bamboo forest. At that moment, countless birds and beasts in the bamboo forest died. A mighty figure could possess such might with just the killing intent in his words. What a bold claim. Right then, a loud roar sounded from the distant horizon. Everyone's expressions changed. Who would dare provoke Immortal Sword like that? Dao Lord Cloud Rain was once ranked alongside Immortal Sword and was a titular disciple as well. However, after Immortal Sword entered the conjoint body realm, he tactfully accepted a lesser status and gave Immortal Sword respect as well. Dao Lord Cloud Rain looked over. The intruder was extremely fast. When he said the first word, he was still far away in the horizon and could not be seen. However, by the time he said the last word, a figure had already appeared in Dao Lord Cloud Rain's line of sight. Green robes and black hair. He flew through the air and transformed into a golden streak of light. His body surged with the power of thunder and released an extremely terrifying aura. The intruder was none other than Su Zimo, who had rushed back from the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Desolate Marshal. Dao Lord Cloud Rain recognized Su Zimo right away and his eyes shone brightly. "Ha ha ha." Immortal Sword reared his head in laughter. "Everyone's here. Desolate Marshal, you came at the right time. This will save me the trouble of looking for you personally." When Yen Beichen heard Su Zimo's voice, there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he was filled with worry. He believed that one day, Su Zimo would be able to surpass Immortal Sword and trample on the latter to take revenge for him. However, now was not the time. Immortal Sword had already entered the conjoint body realm. However, Su Zimo was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Even if he had 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, he might not be a match for Immortal Sword. Furthermore, Immortal Sword was not the only one here. There was also another conjoint body mighty figure of Sword Sect and Dao Lord Cloud Rain. It would be difficult for Su Zimo to secure victory if he wanted to take on 3 of them single-handedly. Immortal Sword released his grip and threw Yen Beichen beneath his feet, laughing coldly. "Yen Beichen, weren't you hoping that Desolate Marshal would take revenge for you? I'll let you see with your own eyes how Desolate Marshal dies in my hands." Immortal Sword's hatred for Yen Beichen surpassed everyone. He wanted Yen Beichen to endure all the pain possible. He wanted Yen Beichen to personally experience the loss of those around him one after another while being completely helpless. "Dao Brother Immortal Sword, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Leave this lad to me." Dao Lord Cloud Rain stood out and took the initiative to volunteer. "I have some grudges with Desolate Marshal as well. Back then, if not for this person, my clone would not have died in Thousand Demon Valley. Alright. Immortal Sword nodded and said with a fake smile, however, you can't keep that lad's treasures for yourself. Tao Lord Cloud Rain's heart turned cold. Although Immortal Sword sounded like he was joking, he could tell that Immortal Sword was warning him not to harbor any designs. The longer he interacted with Immortal Sword, the more Tao Lord Cloud Rain could sense that the latter was an extremely selfish person and cared nothing about relationships. That was the reason why, although Tao Lord Cloud Rain had been very close to Immortal Sword all these years, he had always kept his guard up in the depths of his heart. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Desolate Marshal, I heard that you can kill conjoint body mighty figures across major cultivation realms by condensing 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Let's see how strong a mid-stage Dharma characteristic like you can be. Tao Lord Cloud Rain welcomed Su Zimo fearlessly. He was a titular disciple. As titular disciples, which of them did not possess the combat strength to kill an opponent a major cultivation realm above them? For the past thousands of years, countless conjoint body mighty figures had died in his hands. Tao Lord Cloud Rain had been famous for a long time and was the second on the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. How long had Su Zimo been in the Dharma characteristic realm for? At most, it was less than 20 years ago. Therefore, Tao Lord Cloud Rain truly did not take Su Zimo seriously. In his opinion, the so-called 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were merely empty shells. Even a Dharmic art released by him could penetrate Su Zimo's 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. 7 emotions threads. Tao Lord Cloud Rain conjured hand seals and looked at Su Zimo. All of a sudden, one after another, extremely sharp and colorful threads appeared around Su Zimo. The 7 emotions threads was the ultimate skill of Cloud Rain sect. Be it cultivators or fiend demons, all of them had the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This technique made use of the 7 emotions produced in all living beings. The 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, longing, sadness, fear and shock condensed into threads that burst forth from the cultivator's body and spread rapidly. As long as one had the 7 emotions, they would be controlled by the 7 emotions threads. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, there were countless high-level fiend demons that died to the 7 emotions threads. Chapter 1277, Great Vajra will seal. Chapter 1277, Great Vajra will seal. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, it was merely a clone of Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Right now, Tao Lord Cloud Rain's true body was the one who released the 7 emotions threads. At that moment, the 7 emotions threads were even more powerful and sinister, impossible to defend against. The moment Su Zimo charged forward, colorful threads appeared on the surface of his body one after another. Furthermore, they increased in number and were impossible to cut through, tightening endlessly as they tried to slice his green lotus true body. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Among the 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, longing, sadness, fear and shock, the anger on his body was the most obvious. Those threads were also derived from the 7 emotions. It was difficult to face that Dharmic art head-on. That was because every single 7 emotions threads was derived from Su Zimo's own strength. The 7 emotions threads could only be resolved through other methods. All of a sudden, Su Zimo chanted an abstruse sutra in Sanskrit. As he chanted the sutra, the 7 emotions threads on Su Zimo decreased and were dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was an incantation of the Buddhist sects, the heart-calming mantra. The 7 emotions were born from the heart. With a calm heart and clear mind, the 7 emotions would naturally dissipate. At that moment, the anger in Su Zimo's heart seemed to have vanished into thin air. A single Buddhist incantation was all it took to dispel Cloud Rain sect's ultimate technique. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo's footsteps had not paused at all. All right. Tao Lord Cloud Rain was not surprised as well and slapped in reverse against Su Zimo through the void. Endless Dharmic powers gathered in Tao Lord Cloud Rain's palm. A gigantic hand seal appeared in the void. Tao Lord Cloud Rain slapped 6 times in succession. 6 gigantic hand seals appeared. 6 desires palm strike, form. As Tao Lord Cloud Rain roared, the 6 gigantic hand seals fused rapidly, forming an extremely terrifying Dharmic power hand seal that crushed down with a terrifying might. The strength of the 7 emotions threads was how treacherous they were. However, the 6 desires palm strike was the most lethal Dharmic art of Cloud Rain sect. Ma. Su Zimo's gaze burned brightly as he chanted Sanskrit. The 5th of the 6 words of the Daming mantra was released. The entire void trembled. The 6 desires palm strike paused momentarily against the sound domain secret skill of the Daming mantra as well. Su Zimo closed his fingers and curved them, forming a hand seal that seemed like a fist, a palm and a roulette. It was the 5th of the Daming Dharmic seals, the Great Vajra Will seal. Among the Daming Dharmic seals, the final 2 Great Vajra Wheel and Great Mount Meru seals were the most ferocious and unstoppable. Su Zimo had cultivated the Daming True Sutra to begin with and was wearing the Mingwang prayer beads all year round. As such, the remaining 2 Dharmic seals required less effort to cultivate. He had already comprehended something along the way here. Boom! As Su Zimo released the Dharmic seal, a gigantic golden palm appeared in midair. Its 5 fingers were closed and bent, resembling a gigantic golden wheel that shone with a blinding light. The Vajra wheel carried endless might and was incomparably divine as it smashed towards the 6 desires palm strike. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. Immediately after, Tao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed. Right in front of him, cracks appeared on the surface of the 6 desires palm strike and spread continuously, covering everything densely in the blink of an eye. Impossible! Tao Lord Cloud Rain was shocked. He had been in the Dharma characteristic realm for so many years, but his Dharmic powers were no match for a mid-stage Dharma characteristic. Crack! 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 In midair, the Vajra wheel did not stop at all and continued rolling forward, crushing the 6 desires palm strike completely. Bang! Boom! Boom! The remnant might of the 6 desires palm seal did not stop and continued crushing in the direction of Tao Lord Cloud Rain, as though it wanted to grind him into dust. Bang! Tao Lord Cloud Rain had a grim expression as a loud bang sounded from his body. A phantom appeared above his head and rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 88 feet tall. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Under the pressure of the Great Vajra Will seal, Tao Lord Cloud Rain had no choice but to condense his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic waved its hand and punched, dispersing the Great Vajra Will seal. After the Great Vajra Will seal crushed the 6 desires palm strike, it naturally did not have much Dharmic powers left and could not defend against Tao Lord Cloud Rain's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Su Zimo was expressionless. Boom! A phantom appeared within his body as well. An 87 feet tall heavenly fiend Dharma body that was shrouded in pitch-black fiend chi and was clad in black armor descended upon the world with a pitch-black scythe in its hands. Roar! 2 pitch-black beams of light burst forth from the eyes of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. When it saw the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic opposite it, it roared. Swoosh! The heavenly fiend Dharma body strode forward and swung the heavenly fiend scythe in its hands towards Tao Lord Cloud Rain's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Kill! Tao Lord Cloud Rain hollered and controlled his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to charge forward as well. His heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 88 feet tall and was even taller than the heavenly fiend Dharma body by a foot. The 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics collided violently. Instantly, the weather changed and dust billowed. All of a sudden, Tao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed starkly. His heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was actually disadvantaged in the clash between the two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. How was that possible? A look of disbelief flashed through Tao Lord Cloud Rain's eyes. Su Zimo's heavenly Fiend Dharma body was one of the strongest Dharma bodies of the Fiend sects to begin with. Cloud Rain sect did not specialize in head-on combat. The legacy Dharma characteristic of Cloud Rain sect was also ranked last in the Fiend sections. Furthermore, the heavenly Fiend Dharma body was created with the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra as its foundation, and it was fused with many of the secret skills of the Fiend sects. It was a grand product produced from the fusion of the cultivation techniques of the Fiend sects. Even if Tao Lord Cloud Rain's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was a foot taller, it was not a match for the heavenly Fiend Dharma body. Before Tao Lord Cloud Rain could understand what was happening, the situation on the battlefield changed. An arm of his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was severed by the heavenly Fiend scythe and its Dharmic powers drained rapidly, its strength was greatly reduced. Ah! Tao Lord Cloud Rain exclaimed and controlled his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to retreat rapidly with a thought, shouting for help. Tao Brother Immortal Sword, Desolate Martial is too strong. You have to attack him personally. In truth, Tao Lord Cloud Rain was scheming at the moment as well. Given his combat strength, he could still continue to contend with Su Zimo for a little while. However, that would consume too much of his energy and he might even fall into danger and die. Since Su Zimo was so troublesome to deal with, he could not care less about his dignity. He made a prompt decision and wanted Immortal Sword and Su Zimo to fight so that he could stand by and watch. Immortal Sword sneered and leaped into midair. He glared at the incoming heavenly Fiend Dharma body and shouted, a mere heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that won't be able to resist a single blow. Break! Clang! Immortal Sword's movements could not even be seen at all. Accompanied by the sound of a sword being unsheathed, a blinding sword beam descended and slashed towards the heavenly Fiend Dharma body. Before the sword beam descended, a clear crack appeared on the chest of the heavenly Fiend Dharma body. The might of a single slash was so terrifying. Chapter 1278, Massive Explosion. Chapter 1278, Massive Explosion. Immortal Sword was the number one of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. His heaven and earth Dharma characteristic condensed into a height of 89 feet and was extremely close to a supreme Dharma characteristic. The so-called conjoint body was to fuse heaven and earth Dharma characteristics with one's body. In other words, the stronger the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the more terrifying the body of the conjoint body realm. That was the reason why Yen Baichen Saber could not cut through the throat of Immortal Sword. After entering the conjoint body realm, Immortal Sword's combat strength increased exponentially and his sword chi was immensely sharp. The moment he attacked, his sword beam nearly tore the heavenly Fiend Dharma body apart. In the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Su Zimo's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could even take on conjoint body mighty figures of super sections. But now, it could not defend against a single sword beam from Immortal Sword. Su Zimo was expressionless. If a single heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could not defend against it, he would use two. If two were not enough, he would use three. Bang! Bang! With a single thought from Su Zimo, two phantoms suddenly appeared within his body and rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already grown into indomitable titans. One of them was surrounded by endless electric arcs and wielded a dazzling thunder whip. Dark clouds gathered above its head and it seemed like a divine being that controlled thunder. Its might was terrifying and its aura was shocking. The other figure was dressed in monk robes and had a dignified expression with a lowered head. Wearing a layer of golden light, it was divine and flawless as a halo spread out behind it in a domineering manner. The Thunder Dharmic body and Rulai Dharmic body descended at the same time. Su Zimo did not hold back at all and his 3 Dharmic bodies descended at the same time. When he saw that, Tao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed starkly as disbelief filled his eyes. Prior to this, the cultivation world only knew that Desolate Martial had formed 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Apart from the cultivators who died in the Tao inheritance ground, not many people knew that Su Zimo had 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Furthermore, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already grown to a height of 87 feet. How unbelievable was that? Tao Lord Cloud Rain felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he noticed that the situation was bad and made a prompt decision to retreat first so that Immortal Sword could take over. If he had retreated slightly slower earlier on, he would have been crushed into dust by a single move from the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Even Immortal Sword was shocked and his pupils constricted, let alone Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Piak! In a flash, the whip in the hands of the Thunder Dharmic body struck the sword beam in midair first. Instantly, the sword beam dimmed significantly. Clang! Immediately after, the heavenly fiend scythe collided with the sword beam and sparks flew in an ear-piercing manner. The sharpness of the sword beam decreased significantly. Bang! The Rulai Dharmic body extended a golden palm and pushed down gently, turning the sword beam into nothingness and dissipating. 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics descended at the same time and blocked the sword beam of the conjoint body Immortal Sword. Good, good, good. Immortal Sword nodded repeatedly. Let's see how many of my strikes your 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics can withstand. Lifeless Sword Art, slash. The moment he said that, Immortal Sword conjured a sword art and slashed forward with his right hand. The sword tore through the air and its sharpness seemed to rip the void into 2. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the night sky in a bedazzling manner. The moment the sword descended, all life in the void was sucked dry. A single strike from the lifeless sword art could sever all life. Bang! 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 The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics moved at the same time and attacked. Instantly, the battlefield in midair was filled with endless lightning, Sanskrit, golden light, fiend chi and sword chi, even the void was trembling. The more Immortal Sword fought, the more alarmed he became. Although he had the upper hand, it was impossible for him to shatter Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics in a short period of time. He had already entered the conjoint body realm. Even so, he was in a stalemate against Su Zimo. If Su Zimo were to cultivate to the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm, perfected Dharma characteristic realm and his heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were to grow further, how powerful would he be? At that thought, the killing intent in Immortal Sword's heart intensified. Immortal Sword's essence spirit was already channeled to its limits. He utilized sword escape and transformed into a sword beam, his body was fused flawless with his sword and heaven and earth. Extinguish! 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 Immortal Sword struck 3 times in succession. All the living beings in the world felt a sense of danger when the 3 swords slashed down. Even Tao Lord Cloud Rain who was outside the battlefield felt his life force drain away. Immortal Sword Tao was immensely terrifying. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were already showing signs of dispersing. Immortal Sword hollered, "Desolate Martial, how dare you fight with me for the heaven-slaying sword art? You have a death wish and even immortals can't save you. Since you want the heaven-slaying sword art so badly, I'll let you have your fill of it." Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he closed 2 fingers together to form a sword art. He slashed in the direction of Immortal Sword and released hundreds of sword chi in succession. TSK. 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 A single heaven-slaying sword chi could kill ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. What sort of a scene would it be if hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi were released at the same time? Densely packed, they tore through the world. It was absolutely devastating. At the Void Reversion Realm, a single heaven-slaying sword chi took an immense toll on Su Zimo. But now that he had entered the Dharma characteristic realm, the power of his essence spirit was enough for him to release hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi. Su Zimo was truly enraged when he saw Immortal Sword target Yen Beichen. The feud between Yen Beichen and Immortal Sword and the others was all because of him. He did not dare to imagine what would have happened if he had returned a step slower. To Su Zimo, Yen Beichen had the same status as Su Hong. Now that Su Hong was dead, he would definitely not allow anything to happen to Yen Beichen. Immortal Sword wanted to kill Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, he had no intention of letting Immortal Sword leave as well. Therefore, he released his full strength with that attack and his essence spirit was almost exhausted. Immortal Sword was shocked. No matter how strong the lifeless sword art was, it was deduced from the earth-slaying sword art. Naturally, its power could not compare to the earth-slaying sword art or the heaven-slaying sword art. Right now, hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi descended at the three heaven and earth dharma characteristics struck at the same time. They collided with the lifeless sword art with a loud bang. Countless sword chi splattered. The three heaven and earth dharma characteristics were riddled with holes and could disperse at any moment. It was even worse for Immortal Sword as his robes were instantly torn. Streaks of blood appeared on his body. His lifeless sword Dao dissipated instantly against the combined attack of Su Zimo's hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi and three heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Immortal Sword was filled with injuries from head to toe. Even a conjoint body could not withstand the sharpness of the sword chi. Of course, after entering the conjoint body realm, his body was filled with vitality and in the blink of an eye, the wounds on Immortal Sword healed and he stopped bleeding. However, a hint of cautiousness flashed through the depths of Immortal Sword's eyes. It was way too scary. In that instant, he felt a sense of trepidation that he had not felt in a long time. Suddenly, Immortal Sword harbored the intention of retreating when he caught sight of Su Zimo who was charging over murderously. He could not figure out Su Zimo's actual strength. If Su Zimo were to release another similar attack, he would have to die here as well. Chapter 1279, Death of a Beauty. Chapter 1279, Death of a Beauty. The commotion caused by that attack shocked the two people on the other side of the battlefield. Elder Qin stopped her attacks and glanced over before retracting her gaze to look at Qin Pianran with a conflicted expression. Qin Pianran had not retaliated the entire time. In reality, Elder Qin had not attacked with her full strength. She was a conjoint body mighty figure. Given her cultivation, if she wanted to kill Qin Pianran who was at the Dharma characteristic realm with all her might, the latter would definitely not be able to last more than 10 breaths. Qin Pianran regarded her as a kin and it was the same for her. No matter what, she had watched Qin Pianran grow up bit by bit, no one could compare to her feelings for the latter. Even if Qin Pianran committed a grave mistake, she was nothing but a child in her eyes. Master. Qin Pianran understood Elder Qin's feelings for her and could not help but exclaim softly as tears flowed down again. The situation on the battlefield had changed starkly. It merely took a single thought for Immortal Sword to retreat. Suddenly, he shouted, "Cloud Rain, I'll hold Desolate Marshal back. Kill the Asura quickly and don't let anything else happen." Dao Lord Cloud Rain had just retreated and was beside Yen Beichen. Immortal Sword's words were extremely sudden and Dao Lord Cloud Rain felt that something was amiss. However, he could not figure it out within a short period of time either. He merely felt that it was nothing much since Yen Beichen was right beside him and could be killed with ease. Given Yen Beichen's current condition, he was already a cripple and there wouldn't be any accidents. At that thought, Dao Lord Cloud Rain extended his folding fan and tapped Yen Beichen's head fiercely. That attack was enough to pierce Yen Beichen's head. How dare you! Right then, Dao Lord Cloud Rain heard a ferocious beast roar in his ears. It was like a thunderclap that caused his ears to sting and his mind to buzz. Immediately after, he felt an incomparably tragic aura surge over with endless killing intent and rage. Instinctively, Dao Lord Cloud Rain looked over and saw that Su Zimo had already changed directions. Abandoning his pursuit of Immortal Sword, Su Zimo transformed into a golden streak of light and arrived before him. On the other side, Immortal Sword had already turned and fled into the distance. Suddenly, Dao Lord Cloud Rain understood. All these years, he had been guarding against Immortal Sword at all times. To think that he would still fall into Immortal Sword's trap in the end. The reason why Immortal Sword wanted Dao Lord Cloud Rain to kill the Asura was so that Su Zimo would be lured away for him to escape. Immortal Sword knew very well. In Su Zimo's heart, Yen Beichen was more important. Therefore, when he asked Dao Lord Cloud Rain to kill Yen Beichen, Su Zimo would definitely save Yen Beichen right away. That way, he would have enough time and space to escape from this place. Of course, it would mean that Dao Lord Cloud Rain would most likely be doomed. However, that meant nothing to him. As long as he could leave this place alive, everyone in the world could die. By the time Dao Lord Cloud Rain understood, it was already too late. That was because Su Zimo had already arrived before him. In reality, given Su Zimo's intelligence, he understood Immortal Sword's scheme instantly. However, he had no other choice. Although killing Immortal Sword was important, it could not compare to Yen Beichen's life. Furthermore, in Su Zimo's opinion, he could catch up with Immortal Sword even if the latter escaped first. Boom! Dao Lord Cloud Rain controlled his Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic and charged towards Su Zimo. Behind Su Zimo, 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics charged over as well. Although the 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics were already riddled with holes, they were not something that a single 88 feet tall Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic could defend against. The 4 Dharma characteristics collided with a loud bang. Dao Lord Cloud Rain shuddered and staggered in retreat. His face was pale as he said hurriedly, "Please calm down, Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. I had no intention of harming the Asura at all. It's all Immortal Sword. He wants to make use of me to kill. You're the one I'm going to kill." Su Zimo did not waste his breath on him and 54 rays of green light flew out from his glabella. Instantly, they formed a shimmering green sword that slashed down at Dao Lord Cloud Rain. Pust! Dao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed starkly. Given his cultivation, he could naturally sense the terrifying power contained within the green sword. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. Desolate Marshal is way too ruthless and doesn't give me a chance to survive. Dao Lord Cloud Rain roared internally and did not retreat when he saw that he could not escape. He conjured his essence spirit secret skill right away and prepared to retaliate. All of a sudden, Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit. The 6th Daming Mantra was released. Dao Lord Cloud Rain shuddered and the formation of his essence spirit secret skill slowed down. The green lotus sword entered his glabella instantly and pierced through his consciousness, slashing towards his essence spirit. Dao Lord Cloud Rain bit his tongue gently and released his essence spirit secret skill at that moment of life and death, colliding against the green lotus sword. However, this collision happened within his consciousness. The aftershock of the collision caused cracks to appear on his essence spirit. Dao Lord Cloud Rain's gaze dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his life force drained rapidly. His essence spirit was shattered and he could no longer survive. The titular disciple of Cloud Rain sect, the former number 2 of the Dharma characteristic ranking who dominated the cultivation world for 5,000 years, ended up dying in this unknown bamboo forest. Immortal Sword. You sure are Ruthless. Those were the final words uttered by Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Right before his death, his grievances were towards Immortal Sword, not Su Zimo. With a thud, Tao Lord Cloud Rain fell with widened eyes, unable to die in peace. In reality, Tao Lord Cloud Rain did not know that Immortal Sword's ruthlessness was even more frightening than what he witnessed or could imagine. Pian Ran, I know that you've suffered a lot over the years. Elder Qin sighed softly. How could she have not known that Qin Pian Ran's attention over the years were all spent on Immortal Sword? However, Immortal Sword's attitude towards Qin Pian Ran was neutral and aloof the entire time. Elder Qin said with slight heartache, however, no matter what, you can't mix with a fiend of the fiend sex and become his Tao companion. Master, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Qin Pian Ran lowered her head and merely cried. Right then, a change happened on the other side of the battlefield. Immortal Sword escaped. Tao Lord Cloud Rain was dead. When Elder Qin saw that, she sighed internally and sent a voice transmission, Pian Ran, since Immortal Sword has left, you should leave too. I hope that you will behave yourself in the future. Master. Disbelief flashed through Qin Pian Ran's eyes as she looked up instinctively. That single look caused her face to turn pale with fright. The menacing face of Immortal Sword appeared behind Elder Qin. His features were contorted and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Old thing, I knew that you would be too soft to do it. The cold voice of Immortal Sword sounded slowly, since that's the case, I'll send you and your disciple down to hell together. Elder Qin was caught off guard. A sword pierced her head instantly and her essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. She had not expected that Immortal Sword would attack her. Master. Qin Pian Ran roared and lunged forward like a lunatic. A sword beam pierced into Qin Pian Ran's glabella. Qin Pian Ran froze on the spot stiffly and her gaze gradually dimmed. Chapter 1280, Danger. Chapter 1280, Danger. Yen Beichen froze on the spot, his eyes widened and his lips trembled as he looked at everything in disbelief. He wanted to shout but could not make a single sound. Qin Pian Ran's life force drained rapidly. Her essence spirit was pierced by the sword beam and even an immortal wouldn't be able to save her. The reason why she did not die immediately was because she had consumed the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir previously and her essence spirit was not destroyed on the spot. Qin Pian Ran turned back slowly and looked at Yen Beichen in the distance with a gentle expression. Her eyes revealed a deep reluctance and longing. Their time together was too short. Initially, they wanted to leave the cultivation world and stay together for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, everything was over. Beichen, I'm sorry. Qin Pian Ran's tone was weak, as though every single word she said was draining her of her life rapidly. Can't be with Yu anymore. Yu have to, take care. Qin Pian Ran could no longer breathe. She felt miserable at the thought that Yen Beichen would be left alone and had to endure unimaginable torment after her departure. She could not help but sigh and fall stiffly forward. The white clouds in the skies shifted. Countless images flashed through her mind, all of them scenes of her and Yen Beichen in this bamboo forest and wooden house over the years. Finally, there was only a figure left in her eyes. She closed her eyes with that figure. Yen Beichen did not move at all and merely watched everything in a daze. His body trembled slightly and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as though there was a sharp weapon that was poking him repeatedly. He had once said that he would never let go even if Qin Pian Ran wanted to leave. He had promised Qin Pian Ran that he would stay by her side for the rest of his life and never leave her. But now, he could only watch Qin Pian Ran leave helplessly. Why? What have I done wrong? What did Pian Ran do wrong? We wanted to leave the cultivation world. Why did you guys deny that from us and insist on hunting us down to tear us apart? Yan Beichen's fingers were dug deeply into the mud. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was filled with endless hatred. He hated the world, Tao Lord Immortal Sword, Tao Lord Cloud Rain, Sword Sect, the cultivation world and everything else. In fact, he even hated himself. He hated himself for not realizing the danger earlier and leaving this place. He hated himself for being useless. He could only watch as his beloved died in front of him. The hatred surged into the skies endlessly, almost materializing and piercing through the world. A series of fiend chi appeared within Yan Beichen's body, pitch black and extremely terrifying. In the depths of the bamboo forest, a fiend saber that was initially asleep gradually awakened under the stimulation of that hatred. The fiend saber trembled slightly. The immense hatred made it extremely excited. This was true hatred. If one had not experienced such a heart-wrenching change, they would never be able to comprehend the true power of the Hatred Sutra. Apart from its first master, even Tao Lord Hatred did not meet the requirements of the Hatred Sutra. That was the reason why Tao Lord Hatred's opening was discovered by Su Zimo during their fight and countered by many incantations of the Buddhist monasteries. Su Zimo clenched his fists with a cold expression. The entire process happened too quickly for him to react. Immortal Sword wanted Tao Lord Cloud Rain to kill Yan Beichen, so Su Zimo could only save Yan Beichen first. If he chose to save Qin Pian Ran, Yan Beichen would die. This was Immortal Sword's scheme. This scheme sent 3 people to their graves. Tao Lord Cloud Rain, Elder Qin and Qin Pian Ran were all dead. After Immortal Sword killed Qin Pian Ran, he sneered and transformed into a sword beam that sped into the distance. There were many escape techniques in the cultivation world. The speed of sword escape was definitely ranked at the front. Immortal Sword believed that given his cultivation realm, Su Zimo would not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Immortal Sword, let's see where you can escape to. Su Zimo's killing intent was already at its limits. At the sight of Immortal Sword's escape, he roared and endless lightning surged from his body. At the same time, a pair of Dharmic power wings grew behind him. His body transformed into a golden beam of light as he chased after Immortal Sword. Lightning escape, ethereal wings, and boundless golden light were released at the same time. Su Zimo's speed was at his limits and he was even faster than Immortal Sword. Before Immortal Sword could escape far, he felt a chilling killing intent approaching him. It was like a beam of light piercing his back and his scalp felt numb. He turned back and gasped. Su Zimo was right behind him and had already caught up. The distance between them was closing continuously. At this rate, Su Zimo would be able to catch up to him before long. Impossible. Immortal Sword's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were filled with panic. Desolate Martial is only at the Dharma characteristic realm. How can his movement technique reach such a level? Finally, a hint of panic flashed through Immortal Sword's eyes. Su Zimo's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Don't panic. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Immortal Sword was delighted when he heard that voice. With this person by his side, he no longer had to escape and could turn around at any time to join forces with this person to kill Desolate Martial. That was because this was none other than Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace. The only thing he knew was that Heavenly Secrets was at the conjoint body realm. However, even he did not know just how strong Heavenly Secrets was. The successors of Enigma Palace had always been extremely mysterious. However, one thing was certain, Heavenly Secrets' combat strength was definitely above his. Now that Desolate Martial's 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics had already dissipated and he released hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi, the power of his essence spirit was most likely almost gone. If the 2 of them joined forces, they had a 100% chance of killing Desolate Martial. Furthermore, Heavenly Secrets was still hidden in stealth. Even he did not notice when Heavenly Secrets arrived. The speed of Immortal Sword gradually slowed down. The distance between him and Su Zimo was closing continuously. When it was less than 100 feet away, Immortal Sword suddenly turned around and an extremely sharp spirit consciousness burst forth from his glabella. It formed a long sword that stabbed toward Su Zimo's head with a shuddering killing intent. It was Sword Sex Essence Spirit Secret Skill. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in the void beside Immortal Sword. Wearing a wide Taoist robe and a Confucian crown on his head, he had a faint smile on his face, but his attacks were extremely sharp without any mercy. The scholar's glabella lit up and his spirit consciousness condensed into a gray arrow that tore through the air as though it could pierce through everything. The scholar activated his Essence Spirit Secret Skill at the same time. That Essence Spirit Secret Skill was even more terrifying and sharp than the Sword of Immortal Sword. The release of two Essence Spirit Secret Skills from two conjoint body mighty figures placed Su Zimo in danger instantly. Chapter 1281, Obsessive Love is Evanescent. Chapter 1281, Obsessive Love is Evanescent. When Immortal Sword turned and attacked, it was extremely sudden. Furthermore, Heavenly Secrets had appeared. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo would be caught off guard and would definitely be shocked. In his shock, there was a high chance that he would be killed instantly by the two Essence Spirit Secret Skills. Unfortunately, Immortal Sword was disappointed. When he turned back, there was no hint of panic on Su Zimo's face. When he conjured his Essence Spirit Secret Skill, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was gathering as well, as though he was prepared. Crackle. Suddenly, a whip made of lightning appeared from Su Zimo's glabella. It emitted a destructive aura and whipped towards the incoming sword. A single Essence Spirit Secret Skill was not enough. Buzz. The void trembled. A bedazzling golden light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. A gigantic swastika symbol descended, as though it possessed a ton of weight and was flawless as it charged towards the Essence Spirit Sword of Immortal Sword as well. Two Essence Spirit Secret Skills were released at the same time. Immortal Sword's expression changed starkly. If Su Zimo only had a single Essence Spirit Secret Skill, it would be nothing much. After all, Su Zimo was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Even if the Essence Spirit Secret Skill was inherited from the Thunder Emperor, it would not be able to hurt him. However, Su Zimo had released two Essence Spirit Secret Skills now and they were all directed towards him. Heavenly Secrets' Essence Spirit Secret Skill was completely ignored. What a lunatic! Immortal Sword cursed. The three Essence Spirit Secret Skills collided instantly. Although it was silent, the void trembled, distorted and even collapsed. A terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forth and the surrounding bamboo forest turned into dust silently. Ah! Immortal Sword shrieked and a sharp pain came from his Essence Spirit within his consciousness. His Essence Spirit was injured in this clash. Desolate Marshal, you have to die for injuring my Essence Spirit. Immortal Sword roared with a menacing expression. In his opinion, there was no way Su Zimo could defend against Heavenly Secrets' Essence Spirit Secret Skill since he had already released both his Essence Spirit Secret Skills. All of a sudden, the moment the Essence Spirit arrow released by Heavenly Secrets descended, Su Zimo's left wrist lit up with a resplendent, sacred golden light. The golden light extended rapidly and formed a golden barrier around Su Zimo. Mysterious and ancient Buddhist words were etched on the surface of the barrier. In fact, Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries sounded from Su Zimo's left wrist in a deafening manner. The entire time, there was a faint smile on Heavenly Secrets' face and his expression had not changed. However, he frowned the instant the golden barrier formed. He believed that he could calculate everything. Before he attacked, he had already predicted Su Zimo's reaction and expected the latter to use the Mingwang prayer beads to defend against his Essence Spirit's secret skill. In fact, he had already anticipated beforehand that the damaged Mingwang prayer beads would not be able to defend against his Essence Spirit's secret skill. However, he miscalculated. Suddenly, he realized that the Mingwang prayer beads on Su Zimo's left wrist were complete and full. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the arrow struck the golden barrier. The golden barrier trembled violently and instantly, cracks appeared on it. Snap! Immediately after, the golden barrier shattered. As for the Essence Spirit arrow that was piercing over, it had already dissipated after a violent collision. Heavenly Secrets retracted his smile and narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Su Zimo deeply before grabbing Immortal sword at the side and turning into a streak of light, speeding into the distance. He did not choose to continue fighting Su Zimo and chose to escape with Immortal sword instead. His escape technique was much faster than Immortal sword escape. Su Zimo frowned and watched the two of them leave without chasing after them. The scholar that appeared later had a mysterious background and powerful combat strength. His movement technique was frighteningly fast. Given his speed, he might not be able to catch up even if he gave chase. Furthermore, Yen Beichen was severely injured and was still in the bamboo forest behind him. Su Zimo was worried about what might happen to Yen Beichen if he chased for a prolonged period of time. He knew very well that although Yen Beichen seemed cold and heartless, he was someone extremely emotional once his heart was moved. Experiencing such an unforeseen event dealt a huge blow to Yen Beichen. Although he was indignant, Su Zimo decided to turn around and check on Yen Beichen. Before long, Su Zimo had already returned to the bamboo forest. Yen Beichen was kneeling beside Qin Pianran's corpse with his head lowered. He was motionless with a wooden expression and a hollow gaze. If it was anyone else, they would have long broken down from yelling hysterically. However, right from the beginning, Yen Beichen did not say a single word or shout. He merely looked at Qin Pianran silently. Su Zimo accompanied him at the side without disturbing. However, he was truly worried when he looked at the silent Yen Beichen. If Yen Beichen were to cry out, it might even be better. The more Yen Beichen was silent, the more worried Su Zimo was. "Brother Yen, how about talking instead of holding it in?" Su Zimo could not help but persuade. "I am fine." After a long time, Yen Beichen said slowly in a deep and hoarse voice. Su Zimo's expression relaxed slightly. All of a sudden, Yen Beichen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment he spat out that mouthful of blood, Yen Beichen's life force was clearly much weaker. His black hair turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wisdom beyond one's years brings about harm to oneself, while obsessive one-sided love is evanescent. If Yen Beichen remained the same, his lifespan would be greatly reduced. Many grisly blood splattered on Qin Pianran's fair cheeks. Yen Beichen tore his clothes and wiped away the blood on her face gently and carefully. The gentleness in Yen Beichen's eyes made Su Zimo's heart clench. He sighed internally and turned away, unable to bear to continue watching. Just like that, Yen Beichen knelt in front of Qin Pianran for an entire day and night. He did not take a single step away. Or rather, his gaze was fixed on Qin Pianran the entire time. Worried, Su Zimo remained by the side as well. Morning came and the sun rose. Su Zimo could not hold it in any longer. He walked forward and took out the elixir jade bottle he snatched from the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple from his storage bag. Initially, there were 2 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixirs in the jade bottle. Earlier on, Su Zimo had already consumed one before he chased after Immortal sword. Actually, he had already sensed a faint, imperceptible killing intent the moment he moved to chase after Immortal sword. It was a warning from his spirit perception and was definitely not an illusion. At that time, Su Zimo's essence spirit was already extremely weak after releasing 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics and hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi. That was the reason why he only gave chase after consuming a 9 revolution soul return elixir and even released 2 essence spirit secret skills later on. Right now, there was only a single 9 revolution soul return elixir left in the jade bottle. Yan Beichen's essence spirit was injured to begin with. In this battle, he was severely injured by Immortal sword and now, he was dealt such a blow. If he did not consume the 9 revolution soul return elixir, it would probably be impossible for his essence spirit to recover completely. Brother Yan, consume this elixir first. Su Zimo handed the 9 revolution soul return elixir over and said softly. Yan Beichen received it expressionlessly. Su Zimo felt slightly relieved. As long as Yan Beichen consumed the 9 revolution soul return elixir, he could at least survive. Before that thought was finished, Yan Beichen squashed it with 2 fingers. Instantly, the 9 revolution soul return elixir turned into dust and scattered into the mud. Chapter 1282, Master of the Fiend Saber. Chapter 1282, Master of the Fiend Saber. Brother Yan. Su Zimo was shocked. The 9 revolution soul return elixir was extremely precious and he barely survived just to obtain it. If not for a freak coincidence, he might have become a corpse in the Grand Primordium ancient temple as well. However, that elixir was crushed by Yan Beichen casually. Brother Yan, why, sigh. Su Zimo sighed. Of course, he could understand why Yan Beichen would do anything given the circumstances. Even if the 9 revolution soul return elixir was destroyed, he could think of another way to search for it. Tianhuang mainland was vast and boundless with countless ancient ruins, he could definitely find another one. Pian Ran is already dead. What's the point of this elixir to me? Yan Beichen looked at Qin Pianran's face in a daze and said calmly. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The reason why Yan Beichen crushed the 9 revolution soul return elixir was because he was already bent on dying. Brother Yan, now that things have come to this, you have to take care. Even with her death, fellow Taoist Qin wouldn't want you to be this despondent. Worried, Su Zimo consoled softly. That's right. Yan Beichen said, Pian Ran wanted me to be fine before she left. But, how can I? How can I live alone without Pian Ran? Suddenly, his expression turned extremely pained as he pounded the ground repeatedly with his fists, causing mud to fly everywhere. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yan Beichen reared his head and cried into the skies. His eyes were bloodshot as he let out a tragic howl. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power spread out from Yan Beichen's body. It was a familiar power that caused Su Zimo's heart to skip a beat. Immediately after, the ground beneath Su Zimo's feet trembled. It was as though something extremely terrifying had awoken and was charging out from underground. Su Zimo's expression changed. Suddenly, he thought of an ancient fiend item. Boom! Right then, the ground not far away suddenly cracked and a black shadow surged into the skies. It emitted rumbling fiend chi as though it wanted to devour the world. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The hatred fiend saber. That ancient fiend saber was the most terrifying weapon Su Zimo had seen up till this point of his cultivation. To think that this ancient fiend saber would possess such sentience that it could sense the immense power of hatred contained within Yan Beichen's body and came into being. Clang! Clang! The blade of the hatred fiend saber trembled continuously. Su Zimo could sense the joy and excitement of a living being coming from that ancient fiend saber. Shoo! The hatred fiend saber transformed into a black shadow that shone with a cold glint. Carrying a torrential fiend chi, it stabbed towards Yan Beichen. Watch out! Su Zimo hollered and struck all of a sudden. Summoning the Creation Lotus platform, he charged towards the Hatred Fiend Saber. Boom! The green light and pitch-black Fiend shadow collided with a deafening bang. A semicircular halo of power burst forth from the collision point of the two weapons and spread wildly in all directions. Against the impact of that power, Su Zimo could not steady himself and was sent flying while his Creation Lotus platform fell to the side. Su Zimo was shocked. Even when used by Tao Lord Hatred, this ancient Fiend Saber did not possess such terrifying power. After flying for dozens of feet, Su Zimo ignored the pain in his body and struggled to stand up hurriedly, looking in Yan Beichen's direction. Immediately, his expression changed. The Hatred Fiend Saber had already stabbed towards Yan Beichen's chest and entered instantly. It pierced Yan Beichen's chest and a bloodied blade protruded from his back. "Brother Yan!" Su Zimo exclaimed and wanted to charge forward. The power of his essence spirit was almost depleted after his battle with Immortal Sword and Cloud Rain. However, even if he had to risk his life, he could not let anything happen to Yan Beichen. "Don't come over." Right then, Yan Beichen roared. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. Yan Beichen had a pained expression as his features were squeezed together. Although his body was trembling from the pain, he grit his teeth and said, again, "It's not painful enough." The moment he said that, the Hatred Fiend Saber pulled itself out and pierced Yan Beichen's chest once more. "Good, again." Yan Beichen roared. Poof! Another slash. That slash had already punctured Yan Beichen's abdomen. "Good, good, good." Yan Beichen roared in laughter as though he had gone mad. Again. With each stab of the Hatred Fiend Saber, Yan Beichen's body would tremble in pain. However, his eyes revealed relief as a form of release instead. Su Zimo watched everything in a daze. He finally understood why Yan Beichen did not allow him to step forward. That was because Yan Beichen was using this method to torture himself. It was to resolve the pain in his heart. Perhaps that was the only way he could ease the pain in his heart. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye. Yan Beichen had already been struck dozens of times. Bloody wounds appeared on his body in a shocking manner and his chest was almost punctured by the Hatred Fiend Saber. There was another reason why Su Zimo did not step forward to stop it. That was because although he was shocked to discover that Yan Beichen's heart had already shattered after receiving so many slashes and he had lost a lot of blood qi, the life force in his body did not deplete. Instead, it intensified. His power of blood qi was rising rapidly. An extremely terrifying power gradually awakened, germinated and grew within Yan Beichen's body. Balls of pitch-black fiend qi grew within Yan Beichen's body, turning richer and more terrifying as they enveloped his body. The blood vessels in Yan Beichen's eyes had already turned black. His eyes turned pitch-black like two gigantic black holes and the hatred within seemed like it could devour everything. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly see that Yan Beichen's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the shroud of the rumbling fiend qi. Finally, the Hatred Fiend Saber stopped. It stood upright in front of Yan Beichen. The body of the ancient Fiend Saber was tainted with Yan Beichen's endless blood. At that moment, the aura it emitted had already fused with Yan Beichen. The Hatred Fiend Saber had already acknowledged its master through blood. Yan Beichen's consciousness seemed to be out of his control as well. He reached out with both hands and gripped the handle of the Hatred Fiend Saber. Rumbling fiend qi extended from the saber and surged into his body. The fiend qi formed dark, sinister and cold words in midair. Every single word was filled with torrential hatred. The hatred was boundless and extended to heaven and earth. Those words eventually surged into Yan Beichen's body. Upon seeing that, Su Zimo finally understood something. He finally knew why he could not find the Hatred Sutra in the storage bag of Tao Lord Hatred back then. It was not because the Hatred Sutra was destroyed by Tao Lord Hatred, but because it was within the Hatred Fiend Saber itself. One was only qualified to cultivate this number 1 Fiend technique of the ancient era after obtaining the recognition of the Hatred Fiend Saber. Chapter 1283, Birth of the Asura. Chapter 1283, Birth of the Asura. The Hatred Fiend Saber was the weapon of the ancient Fiend Emperor Hatred. The ancient Fiend Saber contained an extremely terrifying power that Tao Lord Hatred did not manage to release completely. But now, that power was finally showing itself. That power did not merely bring about changes to Yen Beichen's blood qi and body. Endless fiend qi surged into Yen Beichen's consciousness and coiled around his essence spirit. The wounds on his essence spirit were healing rapidly as well. Su Zimo felt mixed emotions when he sensed the changes in Yen Beichen. He was delighted that the Hatred Fiend Saber had recognized Yen Beichen as its master. At the very least, the latter's life was not in danger and the injury to his essence spirit was resolved. He was worried because no one knew what Yen Beichen would become after inheriting the legacy of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. About 2 hours later, Yen Beichen's essence spirit had already recovered. This speed was even faster than the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. The power contained by the Hatred Fiend Saber came from the ancient Fiend Emperor after all. With the recovery of his essence spirit, Yen Beichen's aura rose rapidly under the support of that tremendous power. In less than an hour, there was a boom. Yen Beichen shuddered and his cultivation realm rose by a level. He entered the Dharma characteristic realm 20 years ago and his essence spirit was injured thereafter. His cultivation realm had always been at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. In less than an hour, he was already at mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. However, that breakthrough was not over yet. 2 hours later, Yen Beichen broke through once more. Late-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Back when Tao Lord Hatred obtained this ancient Fiend Saber, he merely inherited the Hatred Sutra but could not inherit the power of this Fiend Saber. That was because Tao Lord Hatred had not truly obtained the recognition of the Hatred Fiend Saber. However, it was different for Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen had completely inherited the Hatred Fiend Saber. The Hatred Fiend Saber appeared on its own accord to acknowledge him as its master. When night descended, Yen Beichen broke through once more. Perfected Dharma characteristic realm. From early stage Dharma characteristic to perfected Dharma characteristic, it only took a day. This was a speed that no one in history could match. Such an opportunity was absolutely unprecedented. However, Su Zimo sighed gently internally. There was no hint of envy in his eyes. Instead, there was a deep look of pity. For anyone else, an opportunity as such was something they could only dream of. However, he knew that if Yen Beichen had to make a choice, he would rather have his essence spirit injuries never heal completely than receive such an opportunity. That was because the reason that triggered his torrential hatred such that the Hatred Fiend Saber acknowledged him as its master was the death of a kin. The injury to Yen Beichen's essence spirit had already healed. However, the wounds in his heart would probably never heal. After entering the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, Yen Beichen's aura gradually stabilized. After all, there was a qualitative change in strength between the major cultivation realms and there was an unimaginable barrier between them. The Hatred Fiend Saber had already reached its limit by allowing Yen Beichen to break through to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm in a single day. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Yen Beichen sat there motionlessly and gripped the Hatred Fiend Saber with both hands. His eyes were pitch black without any white in them as his gray hair swayed gently. For the entire day and night, Su Zimo stood by his side without taking a single step away. In fact, he did not even cultivate and recuperate by himself. He merely consumed a few elixirs casually and stayed by Yen Beichen's side, afraid that something would happen to him. The sun rose. A warm glow shone on Yen Beichen's cheeks. All of a sudden, Yen Beichen's expression changed and the black color in his fiend eyes faded gradually, revealing the whites of his eyes and returning to normal. "Brother Yen?" Su Zimo attempted to call out softly. "I am fine." Yen Beichen spoke slowly with a calm expression. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. Initially, he was worried that Yen Beichen would become a completely different person after inheriting the inheritance of the hatred fiend Saber, similar to the possibility of being assimilated. Now, it seemed like Yen Beichen still remembered him. Of course, Su Zimo could also vaguely sense that Yen Beichen was indeed different from before. At the very least, he did not have the same determination to die as earlier on. Hatred was right. Suddenly, Yen Beichen said, "It's impossible for me to lead a peaceful life with Pian Ran. I'm the Asura and my hands are tainted with endless blood. There's no way I can ever leave the cultivation world." Su Zimo was silent. To think that Tao Lord Hatred's final words would end up as a prophecy. "If I, Hatred, can find you today, someone else will do so tomorrow. You will never be able to leave the cultivation world or dream about living in peace." His words came true. Immortal sword had indeed appeared. I was too naive. Yen Beichen's expression was mocking as he laughed. To think that I would really think that I could leave the secular world and avoid strife and killing. It's all my fault for Pian Ran's death. I was an Asura who achieved my Tao through killing. Since I chose this path, there's no way back. I was the one who killed Pian Ran. I shouldn't have fallen in love with her. Yen Beichen said those words calmly. However, Su Zimo knew that every single word was like a sharp thorn that stabbed Yen Beichen repeatedly in the chest. Yen Beichen carried Qin Pian Ran's cold corpse and stood up slowly, arriving at the crack where the hatred fiend Saber was born. "Pian Ran, don't worry. Those that hurt you this time round, I won't let anyone off. I'll make them pay 100 times more. I'm going to turn Sword Sect into rivers of blood." Yen Beichen's tone revealed endless killing intent that was cold and sinister, causing one to shudder. Su Zimo knew. The Asura had returned. To be precise, the true Asura had just descended into this world. The current Asura was many times stronger than the former titular disciple, Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen no longer had any weaknesses. He no longer had any attachments or emotions. What was even more terrifying was that Yen Beichen had inherited the legacy of Fiend Emperor Hatred. The Tao of the Asura, the Tao of Hatred. Nobody knew what realm the Asura who cultivated the Hatred Sutra and wielded the Hatred Fiend Saber would reach. Su Zimo could not imagine either. Perhaps, he might end up even more terrifying than the ancient Fiend Emperor Hatred. Yen Beichen looked at Qin Pian Ran deeply with endless reluctance and longing in his eyes. He then made up his mind and released his hands. Qin Pian Ran's corpse fell into the dark abyss of the crack and gradually disappeared. From this day forth, there will only be the Asura and no Yen Beichen left in this world. Yen Beichen said and waved his sleeves gently. Bang! Boom! Boom! The crack on the ground healed slowly under his immense Dharmic powers and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. It was as though Yen Beichen was already buried along with Qin Pian Ran in this abyss. "Zimo, I'm leaving." The Asura leaped up. "Brother Yen, where are you going?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he asked hurriedly. He was afraid that Yen Beichen would be reckless and kill his way into Sword Sect impulsively. It was true that the Asura obtained the inheritance of the Fiend Emperor Hatred, but he was only at the Dharma characteristic realm at the end of the day. If he were to kill his way into Sword Sect, he would be suppressed by countless experts within at the top. "Don't worry, I won't be reckless." The Asura said without turning back, and his figure disappeared quickly. Chapter 1284, Search. Chapter 1284, Search. Enigma Palace, Heavenly Secrets Dao Residence. Two figures flashed. Heavenly Secrets had brought Immortal Sword back to his Dao residence. Immortal Sword's face was pale as he panted slightly. His eyes were filled with endless hatred as he grit his teeth. Desolate Marshal. I'm irreconcilable with you. Although he was saved by Heavenly Secrets this time round, his essence spirit was injured. It was extremely difficult to recover from injuries to the essence spirit. Even with Sword Sect's foundation, they did not have miraculous elixirs similar to the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. Initially, his plan to kill the Asura this time round would have definitely succeeded. To think that everything would be spoiled by a mere Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Heavenly Secrets said indifferently, actually, you don't have to be overly indignant. At the very least, the Asura is crippled and your goal can be considered accomplished. That's right, that slut, Qin Pian Ran, is dead too. Immortal Sword nodded. Pausing for a moment, he turned and asked, Brother Heavenly Secrets, do you have the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir? If you do, I can help you obtain any treasure you want in exchange. Sorry. Heavenly Secrets smiled apologetically. Immortal Sword's gaze dimmed and his expression darkened once more. There was a fleeting hint of mockery in the depths of Heavenly Secrets' eyes. Even if he had the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, he would definitely not hand it over to Immortal Sword, let alone the fact that he did not have one with him. At most, the two of them were just making use of one another. Furthermore, Immortal Sword was a narrow-minded and ungrateful person. Even if he was given the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, he would not remember this favor. What happened to Qin Pian Ran? She was still killed mercilessly in the end. Dao Lord Cloud Rain had known him for so many years and was schemed against by him, resulting in his death. A moment later, Immortal Sword asked in a seemingly casual manner, by the way, how did you arrive so coincidentally, Brother Heavenly Secrets? Initially, there was no mistake in my divination for your trip and I did not follow along. Heavenly Secrets said, however, not long after, I divined once more and discovered that the trajectory of this matter had suddenly turned blurry. I realized that something might have happened and made a move immediately. Although Heavenly Secrets still had a warm expression and explained patiently, he sneered internally. He could tell that Immortal Sword already bore some resentment towards him. Immortal Sword continued, Brother Heavenly Secrets, Desolate Marshal's combat strength was already weakened after he expended his stamina and released Essence Spirit secret skills consecutively. Why didn't you take advantage of that rare opportunity to kill him? I can't kill him. Heavenly Secrets was still not impatient in the slightest as he shook his head. Indeed, I can defeat Desolate Marshal with ease given my capabilities. However, it's impossible to kill him. Desolate Marshal knows many escape techniques. If he sees that something is amiss and uses his escape techniques to flee, I won't be able to catch up to him either. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal already noticed my existence beforehand. His senses are way too sharp. Bang! Immortal Sword slammed his fist heavily on the stone table beside him to vent the rage in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, it's probably going to be extremely difficult to kill Desolate Marshal now that this opportunity was missed. Desolate Marshal cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics and each of them is 87 feet tall. However, he's merely at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Once he enters the conjoint body realm, only a Mahayana Patriarch will be able to suppress him. The conjoint body realm was to fuse heaven and earth Dharma characteristics into one's body. If Desolate Marshal were to advance to the conjoint body realm and fused with the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics he cultivated, what would happen to his combat strength? Heavenly Secrets was in no hurry nor frustrated when he heard Immortal Sword's grumble. He said indifferently, there might be a chance. Oh. Immortal Sword raised his brow and asked, why do you say that? Heavenly Secrets replied, the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking comes up in 100 years' time. You mean to say? Immortal Sword fell into deep thought and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. What sort of a chance is that? Given Desolate Marshal's current combat strength, he's enough to become the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal has a Mahayana Patriarch backing him. Given the grandeur of the Dharma characteristic ranking, there's no guarantee that this Patriarch won't appear. At that time, who would dare to touch him? Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently. According to my calculations, that person from Dragon Burial Valley will definitely not live for more than 100 years. Immortal Sword shook his head. Even so, the 4 unorthodox groups, Snowdrift Valley, Dipamkara Monastery, and some other super sects are on good terms with him. It's impossible for us to kill Desolate Marshal in front of everyone. Previously, their super sects could even claim that Desolate Marshal was a fiend demon and attempt to kill him openly under the guise of slaying demons. But now, that reason has become a joke. Immortal Sword continued, furthermore, given Desolate Marshal's capabilities, even conjoint body mighty figures won't be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Just wait, the chance will definitely come. Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. Right then, his expression changed. As though he sensed something, he waved his sleeves and the doors of the Dao residence opened as a messenger spirit crane flew in. The messenger crane looked extremely sinister with ghastly green eyes. One of the 9 races, the Witch race. Immortal Sword frowned slightly. Only the Witch race possessed a spirit crane as such. Heavenly Secrets said something to the spirit crane and returned it. Before long, a few cultivators in green robes and wide hoods arrived at the entrance of Heavenly Secrets' Dao residence. Elder Wuxia, it's my honor. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Heavenly Secrets cupped his fists with a smile. You're too kind, fellow Daoist Heavenly Secrets. The green-robed cultivator in the lead said slowly. He removed the hood on his head and revealed a skinny, old face. His hair was thin and his eyes were green. This is Immortal Sword. He was once the titular disciple of Sword Sect and now, he's already at the conjoint body realm. This is Elder Wuxia of the Witch race. Heavenly Secrets gave a brief introduction of both parties. I've heard a lot about you. Wuxia smiled gently and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he said, fellow Daoist Immortal Sword's essence spirit seems to be injured. Elder, you are sharp. Immortal Sword's expression darkened as he said hatefully, to be honest, I was ambushed by my enemies and my essence spirit was injured. He was not willing to lose face by telling the actual truth that he lost to a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord in an essence spirit fight. Elder Wuxia, why are you here? Heavenly Secrets did not bother to exchange pleasantries with Wuxia and asked straightforwardly. I want you to help me look for someone. Wuxia said in a deep voice. There are many secret skills in the Witch race and many methods of divining how to locate someone. Why would you look for me? Heavenly Secrets chuckled without commenting. I did use the secret skills of the Witch race, but I couldn't find him. Wuxia shook his head. Oh. Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes and asked, what's the background of someone who can't be found even by the secret skills of the Witch race? To be precise, he's not human. Wuxia flipped his palm and a black scale appeared. What is this? Immortal Sword frowned slightly. The black scale emitted an extremely terrifying aura that resembled demonic chi but was different at the same time. Fiend demon? What fiend demon was worthy of the Witch race mobilizing such a large force such that they would even seek out Enigma Palace? Sweeping his gaze, Heavenly Secrets received the scale with a grim expression. After staring at it for a while, his expression changed as he exclaimed, a primordial taboo. Chapter 1285, Great Essence Creation Elixir. Chapter 1285, Great Essence Creation Elixir. Even Immortal Sword could not help but gasp when he heard the words primordial taboo, and his expression changed. It's still alive? There was a quiver in Immortal Sword's voice. A primordial taboo was unspeakable for any sect or faction. Apart from some super sects and ancient aristocratic families with deep lineages, most of the sects and cultivators had never even heard of it. In the records of those super sects, it was an extremely terrifying existence and could be called the god of massacre of the primordial era. It killed and devoured everything, it could even slay dragons. Its status was even above the 9 races. Legend has it that an earth-shaking battle broke out in the primordial era because the 10,000 races led by the primordial 9 races fought against the primordial taboo. In that battle, countless living beings died. Countless races were wiped out forever. Because of that, the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses as well. That was the reason why the human race was able to take advantage of the situation to fight against and suppress the primordial 9 races later on. If not for that battle of the primordial era, it would have been difficult for the human race to win the ancient war as well. Humans had a deep fear towards the primordial 9 races. After all, they had been enslaved for countless years, and that was a deep-rooted fear. The primordial taboo was an existence even more terrifying than the primordial 9 races. It was easy to imagine the shock Immortal Sword felt when it heard the words, primordial taboo. Sensing the fear of Immortal Sword, Wuxia's eyes flashed with mockery. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to panic overly either. I divined that this thing's cultivation is only at the Dharma characteristic realm. At that point, Heavenly Secrets' expression softened. It was nothing much if it was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. As long as enough conjoint body mighty figures were sent out, it could be suppressed. If not, they could even send forth half-martial ancestors. However, Wuxia changed the topic. If it's given enough time and grows up, hee. At that time, blood will probably flow like rivers in Tianhuang mainland. None of your human super sects will be spared. Heavenly Secrets said in a low voice, since it's a primordial taboo, it might be able to sense me using a secret skill to divine its location. It's fine as long as there are leads. Wuxia said coldly, don't worry, the witch race is not the only one from the primordial 9 races that will send people for this primordial taboo. The other races will send experts as well. With our races combining our strength, we'll definitely be able to suppress it as long as we can determine its location. Let me try. Heavenly Secrets conjured hand seals and channeled his essence spirit, spreading a divine light that descended on the pitch-black scale in his palm and began to divine. A moment later, he shuddered and could not help but grunt. Amazing! Finally, Heavenly Secrets retracted his smile. Not only did he fail in his divination this time round, that single scale nearly caused a backlash on his essence spirit. Taking a deep breath of air, Heavenly Secrets channeled his secret skill once more. A gray fog shrouded his eyes as he gripped the black scale and continued to divine. Gradually, a hint of blood appeared in the gray fog in Heavenly Secrets' eyes. As time passed by, his body trembled slightly and gradually intensified. Finally, the gray fog in Heavenly Secrets' eyes dispersed as he panted heavily with a pale expression. He released his palm and the black scale fell to the ground. It's in the middle continent. He withdrew a map of the middle continent from his storage bag and panted. I can't divine its exact location. I can only give you a rough area. It's within 500 kilometers of this area. Heavenly Secrets pointed to a sect emblem on the map and said in a deep voice. Elixir Yang sect? Immortal Sword looked at the map and murmured. All right. The green light in Wuxia's eyes shone brightly as he said coldly, there's no time to lose. I'll inform the other races right now and move immediately to head here. Heavenly Secrets, you have to follow us and divine its location at all times. Wuxia said. I can't. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. The divination has already exhausted my mental state. I have to rest for at least a year before I can recover. Alright, we'll go first. Wuxia did not linger and left immediately. Middle Continent, Elixir Yang Sect. Night Spirit, hurry and come take a look. I've refined a great essence creation elixir. In an elixir workshop, Xiaofan pinched an elixir and said joyfully to the cold Night Spirit beside her. A Dharma characteristic cultivator can advance a minor realm with a single great essence creation elixir. Xiaofan continued, it's a pity that I only managed to create one after refining for such a long time. However, it doesn't matter. I'll continue to refine them slowly. At that time, I'll take one and leave one for Big Brother. Night Spirit, have one too and see if it's effective. Night Spirit lips curled and nodded. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly as he frowned, seemingly sensing something. Xiaofan was immersed in the joy of her success in refining the great essence creation elixir and did not notice anything unusual about Night Spirit. Xiaofan, I've got something on and have to leave first. Right then, Night Spirit suddenly said. Go on with your work. Just come back earlier. Xiaofan waved it off and smiled. After a long silence, Night Spirit said, this matter is a little troublesome. I might be gone for a longer time. Xiaofan could hear something odd in Night Spirit's tone and asked, how long do you need? I don't know either. Perhaps 10 or 100 years. In any case, you don't have to worry if I don't return, Night Spirit said. Do you need my help? Xiaofan asked gently. It's fine. Night Spirit shook his head and did not continue chatting with Xiaofan. Turning to leave, he disappeared from her sights before long. Is it finally about to begin? Outside Elixir Yang Sect, Night Spirit's expression was cold as he murmured. In a flash, he disappeared into the void like a ghost. At the same time, in the Middle Continent and Bamboo Forest, Su Zimo sighed deeply as he watched Yen Beichen leave. The birth of a true Asura would definitely cause a bloodbath on Tianhuang mainland. None of the people or factions involved in this would be spared. Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards Tao Lord Cloud Rain's corpse and removed his storage bag. As the titular disciple of Cloud Rain's sect, Tao Lord Cloud Rain's storage bag might be filled with treasures. Su Zimo opened his storage bag and swept his gaze across. There were many cultivation techniques and secret skills within. However, since they were not orthodox, Su Zimo could not be bothered to cultivate them. There were also some supreme-grade and perfect-grade Dharmic weapons within. Su Zimo put everything away. What truly lit up his eyes was an elixir. There was a great essence creation elixir in Tao Lord Cloud Rain's storage bag. Back in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, everyone fell into a hallucination and caught sight of a great essence creation elixir. This was not a hallucination, this was a true ancient elixir. Right now, he was at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. If he consumed this great essence creation elixir here, he could break through to the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm swiftly. At that time, his heaven and earth Dharma characteristics would grow once more. Chapter 1286, Martial Dao Furnace. Chapter 1286, Martial Dao Furnace. Pingyang Town. Not long ago, Su Zimo's prime body, his martial Dao true body, had already returned from Ethereal Peak. He had already memorized all the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Ethereal Peak. In the familiar courtyard, the prime body sat beneath the peach blossom tree and could not help but recall that night many years ago. A woman in a blood robe stood here with a hazy moonlight, bringing him into the cultivation world. Everything felt like a lifetime had passed. The prime body gradually closed his eyes. He was prepared to break through from the core formation realm and advance to the next realm. After forming a core, be it the Immortal, Buddhist or Demon Daos, they would achieve the same goal through different means. They would make use of the changes in their golden cores to connect to heaven and earth and form essence spirits. It was the same for the martial Tao. His prime body named the next realm the martial spirit realm. The essence spirit of the martial Tao was the martial spirit. It corresponded to the Yin spirit realm of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and the nascent soul realm of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend cultivation techniques. Of course, his prime body was constantly improving on the martial Tao. According to the Martial Sutra, there was still a difference between his martial spirit and an ordinary essence spirit. The prime body sat motionlessly beneath the peach blossom tree, as though he was petrified. Gradually, the prime body did not even have to breathe. Tao Yao swayed his branches gently. If he had not sensed the life force within the prime body, he would have thought that the prime body had passed away. The prime body was formed from the Tao fruit of the martial Tao. He was the one who created the Martial Sutra and had long cultivated to the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations, Dragon Elephant Force. The prime body had never fought with anyone and nobody knew his combat strength. To put it simply, Su Zimo's body back when he was at the Golden Core realm and cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness could not compare to his prime body in terms of physique and power of blood chi. Nobody, not even the prime body, knew what this martial spirit that was formed by the inner core breaking through the voids would become in the future. This process was not unfamiliar to the prime body. Bang! 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 The prime body's expression was unchanged and he did not move on the surface. However, an earth-shaking sound echoed from within his body. His inner core charged into the voids continuously. There was a chance of failure in this process. If one's inner core was not strong enough, they would fail the breakthrough. However, for this prime body, nothing could stop his inner core that had cultivated the power of a dragon elephant. Before long, the void barrier in his body was broken. His consciousness appeared. His inner core barged in and fused with the soul in his consciousness, forming a martial spirit. The strange thing was that the martial spirit was not in human form. Instead, it was a ball of purple flames that emitted a shuddering aura. Tao Yao was initially protecting the prime body. However, the moment the prime body conjured his martial spirit, Tao Yao felt his heart skip a beat and transformed into his human form. In a flash, he hid in a corner of the courtyard with a bewildered expression. Even Tao Yao, who was at the Dharma characteristic realm, felt a sense of fear from the purple flames cultivated by the prime body. A long time later, the purple flames in his consciousness changed continuously and gradually took shape. Although it had the same appearance as Su Zimo, its body burned with a layer of purple flames. True enough. The prime body opened its eyes slowly and nodded. His martial Tao was extremely different from the cultivation path of immortals, Buddhas and fiends before core formation. Immortals, Buddhas and fiends cultivated by absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi with their bodies. As for the martial Tao, it viewed its own body as a part of the world and constantly opened up the power within. The prime body deduced that if one could cultivate to the 9th transformation of the martial Tao and advance to the martial spirit realm, there was a high chance that one could possess a power at the beginning of their martial spirit formation. The power was extremely vast and was closely related to the cultivator. It could be flames, weapons, ferocious beasts or even a part of their bodies. The martial spirit conjured by the prime body was born with the martial spirit fire. Purple. It represented the aura of a saint and emperor, it was supreme. The reason why the prime body condensed the purple martial spirit fire was because he was prepared to view his body as a gigantic furnace in the second half of the Martial Sutra's cultivation technique. In the ancient saying, heaven and earth were the furnaces, all living beings were bronze, yin and yang were charcoal and creation was manual work. His prime body viewed the martial Tao true body as a furnace. It cultivated all the sutras and fused them all into one body, gathering the strongest flames in the world to create a true supreme martial Tao. The martial spirit fire was the foundation of the martial Tao furnace. The prime body would not have to refine any Dharmic weapons in the future. As the furnace of the martial Tao, his physical body was his Dharmic weapon. Swoosh! When the martial spirit fire was formed, it had already begun to burn the martial Tao true body. At the same time, the martial spirit fire began smelting all the cultivation techniques and secret skills that Su Zimo had browsed through over the years. Be it the Immortal, Buddhist, Fiend or even demon cultivation techniques, they were all smelted by the martial spirit fire. The cultivation techniques of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery. The Void Thunder Manual. The Sea Calming Manual and Tidal Manual. The Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. The 30-odd inheritances in the Stone Statue Cemetery. The endless cultivation techniques were all contained by the martial Tao furnace as it tempered, deduced and comprehended continuously, infusing all the obscurities and essence of those cultivation techniques into the martial Tao true body. The terrifying thing about the martial Tao furnace was that there was no limit to it. As long as the prime body obtained enough cultivation techniques, he could fuse them into the martial Tao furnace and refine them to become a power he could control. In other words, the power of the prime body would increase with every secret skill smelted. Furthermore, under the continuous refinement of the martial spirit fire, his martial Tao true body would become stronger, more terrifying and limitless. What was even more frightening was that the prime body was only in control of a single martial spirit fire right now. As his mastery of flames increased, the might of the martial Tao furnace would naturally increase as well. Of course, not all flames were qualified to be used to burn the martial Tao furnace. To smelt 100 sutras and burn the martial Tao furnace to forge the martial Tao true body, one had to be the strongest flame in the world. The martial spirit fire was merely the first. Now that the path of cultivation was determined, the prime body heaved a sigh of relief and continued cultivating. The martial Tao furnace had just been formed and was fragile and weak. It required a long time to smelt the sutras and Dharmic arts. At the same time, the Green Lotus true body had already rushed back to the north region from the middle continent. Su Zimo was finally relieved when he sensed the condition of his prime body. At that moment, Su Zimo had already consumed the great essence creation elixir and his cultivation realm had climbed to the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm. With his return to the north region this time round, he was prepared to enter seclusion in Ethereal Peak. Although this trip to the middle continent was short, he had gained quite a bit from the consecutive battles. He was prepared to break through to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible with this seclusion. Right now, his 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already grown to a height of 89 feet. He was only a step away from a supreme Dharma characteristic as well. Of course, a breakthrough to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm was only one of his motives for his seclusion this time round. Su Zimo had another question. Was a 90 feet supreme Dharma characteristic truly the limit? Chapter 1287, Death of a Patriarch. Chapter 1287, Death of a Patriarch. The cultivation world was not exactly peaceful during this period of time. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple in the Middle Continent as well as the death of Tao Lord Cloud Rain and a conjoint body mighty figure of Sword Sect caused quite a stir. After Immortal Sword returned to Sword Sect, he released the news that Tao Lord Cloud Rain died in the hands of Desolate Marshal. There were naturally only benefits for Immortal Sword if he could sow grudges between Sword Sect and Desolate Marshal. This news caused quite a stir in the cultivation world. Another titular disciple had died in the hands of Desolate Marshal. Before long, more news regarding Tao Lord Desolate Marshal spread. It was no longer a secret that Desolate Marshal had formed 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Su Zimo did not take those news to heart. After returning to Ethereal Peak, he entered a long period of seclusion cultivation. Cultivation was endless, and in the blink of an eye, 97 years had passed. This day, a deafening bang sounded from one of Ethereal Peak's cave abodes. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth and Ethereal Peak trembled continuously as countless rocks rolled down. Even the cultivators in seclusion were alarmed and came out one after another. Its young master. Standing in midair, Nianqi looked at the cave abode. Before long, the skies of Ethereal Peak were filled with people densely. There were people from the Foundation establishment to Dharma characteristic realm. Could Elder Desolate Marshal have broken through again? How many years has it been? Elder Desolate Marshal's talent is way too terrifying. I've been stuck at the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm for 1,000 years but I haven't improved at all. How can you compare to Elder Desolate Marshal? In Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo had long been designated as an elder by the old Immortal Crane. Most of the cultivators who joined Ethereal Peak came because they had heard of the many legends of Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Furthermore, Su Zimo had once spread half of the Martial Sutra throughout the entire world. Desolate Marshal was the most respected character among everyone who cultivated the martial Tao. It was Desolate Marshal who gave them, mortals without spirit roots, a chance to break free from the shackles of fate. They could no longer be threatened by fiend demons or trampled by cultivators. The vibration lasted for a long time before subsiding. A moment later, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave abode. Green robes and black hair. It was Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, Su Zimo. Congratulations. Congratulations. In midair, many Ethereal Peak cultivators cupped their fists in congratulation. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. Young Master, the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking is about to begin soon. You've already broken through to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm and you'll definitely be the top of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Nianqi smiled. She possessed the bloodline of the god race and cultivated at an extremely fast speed. Right now, she was already at the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm and was only half a step away from perfected Dharma characteristic. The fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking? Su Zimo muttered softly. Suddenly, he sensed something and his expression changed as he looked to the west. His expression changed as he opened his mouth slightly with a hint of pain and reluctance in his eyes. What's wrong, young master? Sensing the change in Su Zimo's expression, Nianqi asked softly. Sigh. Su Zimo sighed. I'll be making a trip to the Dragon Burial Valley. Before his sentence was finished, he transformed into a golden streak of light and vanished above Ethereal Peak. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Descending, Su Zimo arrived before the old temple and pushed open the battered temple door. Monk Yuanbei sat in a lotus position facing the front of the hall and looked at Su Zimo with a benevolent smile. You're here. Master. With a sorrowful expression, Su Zimo strode forward and knelt before Monk Yuanbei. Child, there's no need for that. Reaching out with his skinny palm, Monk Yuanbei caressed Su Zimo's forehead and said gently, everyone dies. I've lived for close to 100,000 years and have seen and experienced too much. It's enough. Monk Yuanbei was at the end of his lifespan. Master, look. The Mingwang prayer beads are complete. Su Zimo removed the complete Mingwang prayer beads hurriedly and placed it in front of Monk Yuanbei. That's great. Monk Yuanbei nodded with a relieved expression. There were no regrets, reluctance, or longing in Monk Yuanbei's eyes, they were calm as water. I heard that you've already formed 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. How strong are they? Have you cultivated a supreme Dharma characteristic yet? Remember to visit Mingzhen at Depamkara Monastery in the south region if you have the chance. I wonder how he's doing. Monk Yuanbei chatted with Su Zimo about trivial matters without any hint of melancholy. Gradually, he went silent. The earth did not quake nor were there any phenomena. Monk Yuanbei passed away in peace. He still had a benevolent and warm smile on his face. However, his wise eyes would never open again. Although this renowned patriarch had a lifespan of 100,000 years, he still could not escape the sands of time and passed away here. Swoosh! The sound of chains sounded from the backyard. A tall and mighty figure walked over with scarlet hair that burned like flames. The red-headed ghost did not appear before Monk Yuanbei's passing. It was not because the red-headed ghost had any resentment towards Monk Yuanbei. On the contrary, the red-headed ghost and Monk Yuanbei had a deep relationship. Su Zimo understood that the red-headed ghost merely did not wish to see Monk Yuanbei pass away personally and experience that sadness of parting. Now that the old monk is gone, it's time for me to leave as well. The red-headed ghost did not make a fuss and sighed in disappointment. In truth, the chains on his body had long shattered and he was not the culprit behind the catastrophe of Great Qian. He could have left a long time ago. However, he chose to remain here until Monk Yuanbei passed away. Let's bury him here, the red-headed ghost said. Su Zimo nodded and carried Monk Yuanbei's corpse to the cemetery at the back of the hall to bury the latter. He placed all the ancient books in the old temple into his storage bag, prepared to bring them back to Ethereal Peak. The skies above the Dragon Burial Valley. You're going to return to the dragon race? Su Zimo asked. The red-headed ghost nodded. Without my protection, you have to be careful in the future and not be reckless. Time to go. The red-headed ghost waved it off and turned to leave. All of a sudden, he frowned slightly and turned around slowly, gazing at the void not far away with a slightly focused and pensive expression. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked instinctively. Nothing much. I seem to have sensed something earlier on. The red-headed ghost shook his head and murmured, I might be neurotic after staying at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for too long. With that, he turned and left, disappearing above the Dragon Burial Valley before long. Su Zimo stood at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley for a long time before sighing deeply and turning to leave. Not long after he left, the void not far away from the Dragon Burial Valley distorted and a figure appeared. The red-headed ghost was right, there was indeed someone there. However, that person even managed to avoid his detection. The person wore a wide white robe and his black hair covered most of his face, revealing only one eye. He looked at the Dragon Burial Valley with a conflicted expression. After standing for a long time, the figure bowed deeply in the direction of the Dragon Burial Valley and turned to leave as well. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.